Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I answer emails for a small company. One sender doesn't exist is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The email comes in while I'm halfway through a stale granola bar and a support ticket about a customer who insists our software ate their spreadsheet. Looks normal at first. Same subject line format we use internally when we forward something to the shared inbox. Same little paperclip icon because there's an attachment. Even the preview line is bland enough to be believable. Subject: Ray, invoice question, March from accounts payable app at northpinesystems.com to support at redmorrow.io attachment. Invoice March, PDF, North Pine Systems is one of ours. Small manufacturing outfit. We've been dealing with their invoices for years. The off part isn't dramatic. It's the kind of off you can explain away if you're tired. The sender address is in our VIP contact list, meaning it should auto-expand to a stored card with a name, phone number, and a last contacted date. When I hover over it, nothing pops up. No card, no little profile circle, just the bare email address, like it was typed into existence 5 seconds ago. I click anyway, because my morning is already a line of clicking anyway. The PDF opens in the preview pane, and it looks fine. Same logo as always, same billing address, same total amount, but the first page is blank white except for a faint gray line at the bottom like it didn't render correctly. Then, a fraction of a second later, the content snaps into place. I've seen PDFs lag, especially when people scan them on a printer that's older than I am. So I tell myself it's just that. But in that flicker, before the text loads, there's a smudge. Not a watermark exactly. More like a shadow of text in the center of the page, as if something had been there and then erased. The moment it resolves, it's gone. The invoice is clean. I try to recreate it by scrolling up and down, reopening the attachment, closing and opening the preview pane. It doesn't happen again. And that should be the end of it. A minor glitch. A momentary render artifact. Something my brain flagged because I've been sleeping poorly, and my caffeine intake is more aspirational than effective. Except the sender doesn't exist. I don't mean I've never seen them before. I mean the domain is wrong in a quiet way, a wrong that could sit inside your peripheral vision all day without you noticing. North Pine's domain is northpinesystems.com. We've had it in our address book since I started, but the email is northpinesystem.com. No S singular, a missing letter, a whole different domain. I swallow the last of the granola bar, and the oat dust sticks in my throat. And when I cough, it feels too loud in the office. It's only 8:17 a.m. on a Wednesday in late October, the kind of morning where the sky outside the windows is the color of wet cardboard. The building's HVAC clicks on and off like it's thinking about it. Someone on the floor above us is dragging a chair, the legs scraping in a slow, patient arc. Red Morrow isn't a real name. That's just what's printed on the cheap frosted glass sign by the stairs. We're a small SaaS company in Portland, Oregon, in a converted light industrial building that still smells faintly like machine oil when it rains. Our actual business is mundane. Inventory and invoicing software for small manufacturers who don't want to deal with ERPs, big enough to need their own HR department. We sell subscriptions and then spend most of our lives explaining how to reset passwords and where to find the export button. I am the person who answers emails. That makes it sound like I'm a robot in a hoodie. I'm not. I'm just the one who sits closest to the shared inbox and who didn't fight hard enough not to be the default support and billing person because I'm good at calming people down and making things sound less like our fault. My name is Mara Klein. I'm 32. I tell people I live in Portland, but I actually live in an apartment in Beaverton where the rent is slightly less insane, and I commute because it still feels like I'm earning something by doing it. My private flaw is small and humiliating. I need things to make sense, not philosophically. I mean in the petty, immediate. This should match that way. A misaligned icon on a website can ruin my mood. A crooked picture frame in a restaurant will pull my attention like a magnet. It's not a virtue. It's not even a useful trait. It just means I spend a lot of time pretending I'm relaxed while my brain chews on details like gristle. So the missing S in a domain name sits in my mind like a pebble under the tongue. I click into the email headers because I've learned over the years that a lot of we didn't send that disputes can be solved with boring metadata. Our ticketing system pulls the headers automatically. It's supposed to show the routing, from where, through which servers, when. Panel loads, sender, recipient, date, message ID, SBF, DKIM, all the acronyms that give people a sense of order. Everything is green. SBF, pass. DKIM, pass. DMARC, pass. The sending IP is familiar. It resolves to a mail service Northpine actually uses. A legit service, not a random server in a data center. It looks like the real thing, except for the domain. I glance at the office calendar on my second monitor, mostly as a way to anchor myself. There's an all hands next week. There's a reminder to submit Q4 billing projections. There's nothing about mystery email from a near identical domain. There never is. A Slack message pings from the engineering channel. Someone posted a meme about works on my machine. I don't even smile at it. My eyes keep going back to the from line. I forward the email to myself because that's what I do when I'm anxious. I create backups of things that make me anxious. And I open the company CRM and search Northpine. There it is, Northpine Systems. Contact list, billing history, domain northpinesystems.com. Their AP contact, app at northpinesystems.com. With the S, I copy and paste the one from the email northpinesystem.com into my browser. The page loads, white background, a basic corporate homepage, a logo that looks just like Northpine's, but slightly squashed, stock photos of people in hard hats, a contact us form, footer with an address. It's all wrong in the way that counterfeit bills are wrong, close enough to pass if you're in a hurry, and obviously wrong if you're trying not to be fooled. My palm has gone damp on the mouse. I refresh. The site flickers and then loads again, the same. The address at the bottom is a real Portland address, southeast something. I recognize the general area. I could drive there in 20 minutes if traffic is kind, but it might be scraped from somewhere. Anyone can type an address. I click. It's a block of text that says Northpine Systems has been serving the Pacific Northwest for over 20 years, which is true of the real Northpine. It's written in that generic way that could have come from anyone who's ever seen a business brochure. It doesn't tell me anything except that someone took the time to make it. My chair squeaks when I shift. The sound is sharp in my ears. I realize I've been holding my breath, like if I breathe, the whole thing will resolve itself as a joke, and I'll be embarrassed for reacting. Behind me, the office door swings open with a soft thud against the stopper. "Morning," someone says, voice rough with sleep. I turn. Caleb Mora, 28, male, our customer success manager, walks in carrying a paper coffee cup that smells like burnt beans and cinnamon syrup. He's wearing a windbreaker because he bikes in, even when it's cold enough to make his cheeks look raw. Caleb always looks like he's in a hurry even when he's standing still. He drops his backpack by his desk and peels his gloves off with his teeth. "You look like you're arguing with your screen," he says, nodding toward my monitor. "I'm kind of," I say. I could tell him it's nothing and go back to answering normal emails. That's the sensible option. It's a fake domain, maybe. A phishing attempt. It happens. But it's not asking me to click a weird link. It's not asking me to wire money. It's an invoice question, the sort of thing we get every day. It even includes the right invoice number. And that's what bothers me. The effort. Caleb rolls his chair over without waiting for an invite, a familiar violation of personal space that I usually don't mind because he's a friendly person and the office is small and we all borrow each other's air. "What's up?" he asks, leaning in. I swivel my monitor slightly so he can see. "Look at the sender," I say. He squints. "North Pine, read it." He reads it. His eyebrows lift. "Oh, missing letter. Yeah, could be a typo." "In the domain," he shrugs, but his mouth tightens a little. Caleb is not the type to spiral, but he's the type to recognize when something might become a problem that lands on his desk. Sometimes people set up alternate domains, like if the main one got blacklisted, or they changed IT providers. Then why does the website look like this? I click back to the browser tab and show him the homepage. Caleb's expression changes, not fear exactly, more like his brain shifting gears from banter to work. "That's weird," he says softly. We both stare for a second. The office around us keeps moving. The HVAC clicks again. Somewhere, a printer starts its warm-up cycle with a mechanical whir. Caleb says, "What's the email say?" I click back. The message body is short. "Hi, we have a question about the March invoice. Please confirm the amount due and the payment link. Thanks. Accounts payable, no name. No signature block. No phone number. Just accounts payable, like a person." Caleb taps the screen with one finger, careful not to actually touch it like it might smudge. "That's generic. North Pine's AP person is named Linda," I say before I can stop myself. I know this because I've emailed her 100 times, and because she signs her name with a cheerful exclamation point that feels like a choice, not a habit. Caleb glances at me. "You know their AP person by name. That's kind of impressive." "It's not," I say, but my cheeks heat anyway. I'm embarrassed by the intimacy of it. A private map of strangers created by repetition. Caleb leans back. "Okay, so it's either a scam or it's a legit email from someone who messed up their domain. Or someone is pretending to be them," I finish. He makes a face. "Yeah, we should loop in it, except we don't have real IT. We have an outsourced guy named Brent who comes in once a month and tells us to update our passwords and then invoices us for network hygiene. We should loop in our CEO. Except our CEO is in Germany this week trying to close a deal with a distributor, and she is already cranky about small fires getting escalated. I swallow and feel my throat still rough from the granola bar. If it's a scam, they're not asking for money. They're asking for the payment link. Caleb nods slowly. Which goes to where? To our Stripe portal. It's a standard link. But if you reply with it, he says, and the email is fake, you're sending our payment link to someone else. They could pay, or they could use it to learn details. Or he trails off, thinking. And if I ignore it, I say, and it's real, then North Pine thinks we're ignoring them. They'll email you, and you'll email me, and I'll have to explain why I didn't answer, and we'll all pretend that wasn't the reason. Caleb's mouth twists like he's trying not to smile at that because it's too true. His phone buzzes on his desk. He looks at it, then sets it face down. Who else is in? I glance at the empty desks. The lights above are still in night mode, dimmer than usual. It makes everything look slightly bruised. Gwen will be in soon, I say. As if on cue, the front door opens again, and a burst of cold air pushes in. Someone stamps their boots by the mat. Gwen Patel, 41, female, our operations manager, walks in with a canvas tote bag and a travel mug that always smells like mint tea. Gwen has the kind of presence that makes you sit up straighter without knowing you did it. She's not mean. She's just exact. The office runs on her exactness. She pauses when she sees Caleb at my desk. What's happening? Caleb gestures vaguely at my screen. Mara got a weird email, might be phishing. Gwen's face doesn't change much, but her eyes sharpen. Show me, I do. Gwen reads in silence, lips pressed together. The office sounds fill the gap. A distant siren on the street, the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchenette, the soft clicking of my keyboard as my fingers fidget on keys I'm not using. Finally, she says, do not reply. Caleb opens his mouth, but Gwen lifts a hand. Not dramatic, just final. Don't reply, she repeats. Forward it to me. Also forward it to Brent, and flag it in the ticketing system. If it's real, I say, and hate how small my voice sounds, we're going to look like we're ignoring them. Gwen looks at me then, really looks, like she's weighing not just the problem but me. We can call North Pine directly, she says, using the number we already have, not the website. Not anything in that email. We verify. We respond through the proper channel. That makes sense. It's the adult solution. I feel a small loosening in my chest. Okay, I say, and start to forward the email. Except when I click forward, the compose window opens and the original message body is gone. The subject line is there. The attachment is there. But the text field where the email body should be is blank, like the message never contained words at all. I stare at it. I close the window and open the email again. The message body is back. I try to forward it again. Blank. I do it a third time. Blank. Caleb frowns. Maybe it's some formatting thing. Gwen's face stays controlled, but her fingers tighten around her travel mug. Copy and paste the text into the forward. I highlight the message body and hit copy. I click forward, and when the blank compose window opens, I paste. Nothing appears. My cursor blinks in an empty field, like I pasted air. The office is suddenly very quiet to me, not because it is quiet, but because my attention has narrowed down to that blinking cursor, and the fact that something digital just refused a normal command. Gwen says, okay. Her voice is calm, but I can hear the edge of irritation, the kind that shows up when systems stop behaving like systems. Screenshot it. Send the screenshot. Caleb shifts in his chair, uneasy now. Yeah, do that. I press the screenshot shortcut. Green dims for a moment, the snipping tool overlay appearing. I drag a rectangle over the email. The capture window opens. The screenshot shows everything except the sender line. The subject is there, the date, the attachment. But where the from field should be, there's a clean white strip like someone erased it with a digital eraser. I don't say anything right away. I just turn the laptop slightly toward Gwen and Caleb so they can see. Caleb lets out a short laugh that dies before it becomes real. Okay, that's not normal. Gwen's jaw works once, like she's chewing on a thought. Outside, somewhere in the building, a door closes harder than it needs to. The sound cracks through the air. Gwen sets her mug down carefully. All right, she says. We do this in order, she points at Caleb. Call North Pine from the CRM number. Ask if they emailed us this morning. Ask if they have any domain changes. She points at me. Do not click anything else in that email. Do not reply. Export the full headers if you can. If you can't, we'll have Brent remote in. I nod. My hands feel slightly numb, like I've been holding something cold. Then Gwen hesitates. It's subtle, but I see it. The first crack in her certainty. Because there's another choice sitting there, unspoken. Do we treat this as a routine security weirdness? Or do we treat it as something that might already be inside our systems? Gwen looks between us, then at the email again. And she says, we decide whether we pull the plug. What do you mean? I ask. Network, she says, like the word tastes unpleasant. If this is malware or an intrusion, we isolate. We disconnect the office Wi-Fi, shut down the shared inbox access, stop any outgoing payment links until we know. Caleb's phone is already in his hand, thumb hovering over the call icon. That's a big move. It is, Gwen says. And now it's on us. Not in a dramatic, end-of-the-world way. In a small company way, where decisions are made by 3 people in a dim office at 8:22 a.m., while the rest of the world goes on without noticing. If we pull the plug and it's nothing, we lose half a day and annoy customers and maybe miss a payment. If we don't, and it's something, we might be inviting it to keep walking around. Gwen looks at me again, and I realize she's waiting for my input because I'm the one closest to the inbox, the one who's been staring at this for the last 10 minutes, the one who knows the rhythm of normal well enough to feel the break. My mouth is dry. Caleb says quietly, Mara. I stare at the email, at the missing S, at the clean green pass markers, at the attachment that looks like an invoice and might be something else entirely. I can feel the choice pressing down like a hand on the back of my neck. Call North Pine first, I say, because it buys us minutes, and because it feels like the last step before we do something that can't be undone. But if they say they didn't send it, we pull the plug. Gwen nods once. Okay. Caleb raises the phone to his ear, and I keep my eyes on the email because even though I'm not touching it, I can't shake the sense that it's watching the office back. Caleb puts the call on speaker without asking. The line rings once, twice. On the third ring, someone picks up, breath close to the receiver. North Pine Systems, this is Linda. The sound of her voice is so normal it makes my shoulders sag for half a second. Hi, Linda, Caleb says, slipping into his customer voice like he's putting on a jacket. This is Caleb from Red Morrow. Quick question for you. Did you email our support inbox this morning about the March invoice? There's a short pause. I hear papers shifting on her end, a faint clack of keys. No, she says. Not today. I was going to actually. Why? Caleb and Gwen both look at me. We received an email, Caleb continues carefully. From accounts payable, asking us to confirm the March amount and payment link. Another pause, this one longer. That's odd, Linda says. I haven't emailed you yet. I was planning to reconcile March this afternoon. Has North Pine changed domains recently? Gwen asks, leaning closer to the phone. No, Linda says immediately. Same one we've had for years. Why? Caleb reads it out loud. northpinesystem.com, singular. There's a soft intake of breath on the other end. That's not ours, she says. Ours has the S. Do you know who might own that domain? I ask before I can stop myself. Linda makes a small, humorless laugh. Number should I? The office air feels heavier now. Less theoretical. We're not sure what this is yet, Gwen says smoothly. Just wanted to verify before we responded. You're not going to send them anything, are you? Linda asks. The calm in her voice has thinned. No, Gwen says. We won't. Good. Because we just wired out payroll yesterday, and I'm not in the mood for surprises. That detail lodges itself in my mind. Payroll. Wired out. Real money moving in real time. Has anyone at North Pine received emails from a similar domain? I ask. Not that I know of, Linda says, but I'll ask it. Please do, Gwen says. And if you see anything unusual, call us directly. Will do, Linda replies. Thanks for catching it. The line clicks dead. For a moment, no one speaks. Caleb lowers the phone slowly. Okay, so it's not them. Gwen nods once. Pull the plug. The words land harder now. Less abstract. Caleb stands immediately and crosses to the router cabinet by the kitchenette. He hesitates only a fraction of a second before flipping the power switch. The little green lights blink out one by one. The office Wi-Fi icon on my screen shifts from full bars to a hollow outline. Slack disconnects with a soft pop. The CRM freezes mid-refresh. The sudden absence of digital noise is louder than any alarm. We're still connected by Ethernet to the building's main line, but our internal network, shared drives, printer, ticketing system goes dark. Okay, Gwen says. We isolate, we call Brent, we document everything. Caleb is already dialing Brent's number. I stare at the email, now static on my screen. Without Wi-Fi, it's just cached pixels. Harmless looking. Except it is. Because when I try to click on another email, my cursor lags. Not internet lag, local lag. The spinning beach ball appears for a second, then disappears. I close the email tab. The window hesitates before responding. That's not Wi-Fi, I say quietly. Gwen looks at me sharply. What? My laptop's lagging. Caleb's call to Brent goes to voicemail. He leaves a message with too much forced cheer in it, then hangs up. Could just be because we killed the network, he says, but he sounds like he's convincing himself. I open activity monitor. CPU usage is spiking. There's a process running I don't recognize. A long string of letters and numbers, no recognizable app name. Do you recognize this? I ask, turning the screen toward them. Gwen leans in. No, Caleb squints. Is that normal? I click it. It won't force quit. My mouth feels dry again. Shut it down, Gwen says. I hold the power button until the screen goes black. The office feels smaller now. Caleb checks his own laptop. Mine's fine, he says after a second. No weird processes. Yet, Gwen says. We stand there in the dim office light, 3 adults who make payroll decisions and product roadmaps, suddenly reduced to staring at machines like they're misbehaving pets. My private flaw, the need for things to align neatly, starts gnawing at me. Because the header's passed. The domain looked legit at the server level. The site existed. The PDF flickered. The forward stripped the body. The screenshot erased the sender. And now my laptop runs a process I've never seen. It doesn't line up cleanly. It's messy. I hate messy. Okay, Gwen says, shifting into logistics mode. Mara, when was the last time you updated your OS? Last week, I say automatically. I always update. Did you click anything in the email? Just the PDF. Did you download it? No, preview only. Gwen presses her lips together. We don't know that preview didn't execute something. The idea settles into my stomach like a stone. Caleb rubs his face with both hands. If this is malware, and it's tied to a spoofed domain, they might be trying to intercept payments. Or harvest credentials, Gwen adds. Or map our client list, Caleb says. The room hums with low-level dread now. My phone vibrates in my pocket. The sound is sharp in the quiet. I pull it out. Unknown number, Portland area code. I let it go to voicemail. It rings again immediately. I glance at Gwen. She nods once. I answer. Hello. There's a slight delay, then a man's voice. Neutral. Professional. The kind of voice that sounds like it belongs in a cubicle. Hi, this is Daniel from North Pine Systems accounting team. I'm following up on an email we sent regarding the March invoice. My throat tightens. We just spoke to Linda, I say carefully. She said she hadn't emailed us. A pause. Yes, the man says smoothly. Linda asked me to follow up. We need the payment link urgently. Our system is showing the invoice as unpaid. Gwen's eyes lock on mine. She mouths, don't. We can't provide anything until we verify the domain issue, I say. What domain issue? The man asks, a faint edge creeping into his tone. The email we received came from northpinesystem.com. That's not your official domain. Silence. Then, very calmly, that's our secondary domain. We use it for certain accounting workflows. Linda had said no. I'm going to need you to call us from the number listed in our CRM, I say. My voice shakes slightly, and I hate that it does. That's unnecessary, he replies. This is time sensitive. If the payment isn't processed today, there may be penalties on our end. Penalties. Time sensitive. Payroll wired out yesterday. It's crafted to hit the exact pressure points of a small company like ours. We hate being the reason someone else is inconvenienced. We hate looking incompetent. Gwen leans closer to the phone. Daniel, she says, calm but firm. We will only communicate through verified channels. Please have Linda call us back from the number we have on file. Another pause, longer. You're making this more difficult than it needs to be, the man says. And you're asking us to bypass protocol, Gwen replies. The line goes dead. Caleb exhales slowly. That was not Linda. No, Gwen says. My phone buzzes again. Same number. I decline it. It buzzes again. Caleb looks toward the front door, as if expecting someone to try it next. We need Brent, he says. As if summoned by anxiety, Brent calls back. Brent Haverson, 52, male, our outsourced IT consultant, answers on the third ring. His voice is nasal and faintly irritated, like we've interrupted something more important. What's up? Gwen gives him the condensed version. Brent sighs. Okay, first, don't panic. I already shut down my laptop, I say. Good, he says. Do not turn it back on. Caleb, check your machine for any unknown processes. Gwen, same. We all comply. So here's the thing, Brent continues. If the headers passed SPF and DKIM, that means the sending server was authorized for that domain. But the domain is wrong, I say. Could be newly registered, he replies. If they set up mail servers properly, it can look legit. And the disappearing body, Caleb asks, could be some kind of HTML manipulation. Phishing kits get fancy. And the screenshot missing the sender, Gwen presses. Brent pauses. That's less common, he admits. The word hangs there. Could someone have access to our inbox already? I ask. If they did, Brent says, you'd likely see more obvious signs. Password changes. Login alerts. We all glance at the Slack notification area that is now offline. Okay, Brent says. Here's what we do. Mara, bring your laptop to my office. Don't power it on. I'll run a forensic scan. His office is 25 minutes away in Hillsborough. Today, Gwen asks. Yes, now. Feel a small spike of defensiveness. We can't just leave. You can if your network is compromised, Brent says flatly. The longer it's on, the more risk. Caleb runs a hand through his hair. What about customers? We're offline. Better offline than breached, Brent says. As if to underline the point, Caleb's laptop screen flickers. Just once. Then stabilizes. We all freeze. Did you see that? He asks. Gwen steps closer to his desk. The cursor on his screen moves. Not dramatically. Just a small nudge to the left, as if someone brushed the trackpad. Caleb slowly lifts his hands, palms up, showing he isn't touching it. The cursor moves again. A slow, deliberate slide toward the top right corner, toward the browser. Shut it down, Brent says sharply through the phone speaker. Caleb slams the power button. The screen goes black. The office is very quiet now, not metaphorically. The HVAC has clicked off. The printer is silent. Even the building above us seems to have paused. Gwen looks at me. I realize this is no longer just a suspicious email. This is a race. And it's personal now because I was the first to open it. Because my laptop was the first to spike. Because my need to just check the PDF might have been the door. My private fear that I can't tolerate loose threads, that I have to tug at them until they snap, is suddenly not abstract. I tugged, and something might have tugged back. Pack up, Gwen says. Caleb grabs his laptop and shoves it into his backpack without even closing it properly. I slip mine into its sleeve, hands shaking just enough to make the zipper catch. Gwen locks the router cabinet, though there's nothing left on inside. As we head for the door, my phone buzzes again. Same number. This time, there's a voicemail notification almost instantly. I don't want to listen to it. I press play anyway. The same calm male voice. Mara, he says, and my stomach drops because I never gave him my name. We're just trying to resolve this quickly. You don't want to make this worse for your company. The message ends with a faint click. Caleb and Gwen are both staring at me. He said your name, Caleb asks. I nod. Gwen's jaw tightens. We are leaving, she says. Outside, the sky has brightened a shade, but it doesn't feel like morning anymore. It feels like something already in motion. We lock the office door behind us, and as we step into the parking lot, I glance back at the dark windows of the building. For a second, I think I see the faint glow of a monitor inside, but that's impossible. We shut them all down. Brent's office is in a beige business park off N.E. Cornell Road in Hillsborough, tucked between a dental lab and a company that repairs industrial printers. It smells faintly of carpet glue and microwaved leftovers. The parking lot is mostly empty at 9:40 a.m. A few sedans angled under thin maple trees that have already dropped half their leaves. We drive separately, Gwen in her Subaru, Caleb on his bike. because he refuses to abandon it even now, and me gripping my steering wheel like it might slide away if I loosen my hands. My phone sits in the cup holder, face up. No more calls. That should feel like relief. It doesn't. Brent meets us at the door before we knock. He's wearing a fleece vest over a button-down shirt, glasses perched low on his nose. His office is small, 2 desks, 3 mismatched chairs, a server rack humming in the corner like an aquarium without water. "Put the laptops here," he says, pointing to a cleared space on the larger desk. I set mine down carefully, as if it's fragile glass instead of aluminum and circuits. Brent doesn't power it on immediately. He pulls a black external drive from a drawer and plugs it into his own workstation first. "We're going to image the drives," he says. "Forensics first. Then we poke." Caleb shifts restlessly behind me. He smells like cold air and sweat from the bike ride. "Can they still access them if they're off?" he asks. "If it's remote access, no," Brent says. "If it's something scheduled or embedded, that's what we're checking." Boots my laptop using a separate recovery environment from a USB stick. The screen glows to life, but it's not my usual desktop. It's sterile, black and white, command line text crawling up the display. The room feels too small now, all of us hovering around that glow. While the imaging runs, Gwen steps aside and calls our CEO in Germany. I hear fragments, possible compromise, isolated network, client impersonation. Her voice is steady, but her shoulders are tight. Brent watches the progress bar inch forward. "Here S what we're looking for," he says. "Persistence mechanisms, unknown executables, outbound connections, anything that shouldn't be there. And if we find it," I ask, "we remove it, change all passwords, audit access logs, notify clients if needed. If needed, the imaging finishes." Brent runs a quick scan. We wait. The room hums. The server rack fans whir softly. Someone down the hall laughs at something on speakerphone. The world continues, indifferent. Brent leans closer to the screen. "Okay," he says slowly. "There's something." My stomach clenches. He clicks into a directory, a file with a long string name similar to what I saw earlier in Activity Monitor. "Installed this morning," he says. Timestamp lines up with when you open the PDF. I close my eyes for a second. "So it was the attachment," Caleb says. "Looks like it," Brent replies. He opens the file details. "Outbound connections attempted," he murmurs. To an IP in, he squints. "Portland," he says. "Comcast residential." Gwen steps closer. "Residential? Yeah, not a data center, not Oz. Someone's house, maybe." The idea lands heavy. "This isn't some overseas bot farm?" Caleb asks. "Doesn't look like it," Brent says. He scrolls further. "And it looks like it tried to scan the local network for shared drives. The office, our shared drives. Did it succeed?" I ask. And shakes his head. "Hard to say yet. If your network was still up when it executed." We all look at each other. It had been for several minutes. "Check Caleb S," Gwen says. Brent boots Caleb's laptop the same way. We watch the progress bar again. Slower this time. Caleb shifts his weight from foot to foot. He hasn't sat down. When the scan finishes, Brent's expression tightens. "Same executable," he says. "Installed 5 minutes after Mara's." My chest feels hollow. It jumped. Caleb says, "Likely through the network," Brent replies. "Shared drive vulnerability, maybe." "Is it still active?" Gwen asks. "Not while powered down, but if you turn them on normally, it might try again." "So we just wipe them," I say. That's one option, Brent says. But first, we need to see what it accessed. He clicks into network logs. Okay, he says. It enumerated your shared billing folder. I picture the folder structure in my head. Clients, invoices, 2024 North Pine Systems. Names and amounts and payment links. Did it copy anything? Gwen asks. Outbound data transfer was minimal before you shut down, Brent says. Could have been reconnaissance. The word feels militaristic in this cramped office. Can you trace the IP? Caleb asks. Brent opens a browser and runs a lookup. The IP resolves to a general area in northeast Portland, near Alberta Street. That's not far, Caleb says. No, Gwen says quietly. Brent leans back. We can file a report with the FBI cyber unit or local police. But realistically, residential IPs can be spoofed or proxied, and they rotate. So that's it, Caleb says. We just reset and hope. Not quite, Brent says. He opens another tab. While you were driving here, he says, I checked your company's domain logs. Gwen's head snaps up. And your DNS records were changed at 8:31 a.m. We all freeze. Changed how? I ask. Brent turns the screen so we can see. An MX record was added, he says, for northpinesystem.com. My mind stutters. That's not our domain, I say. No, Brent says. But someone added a mail exchange record to your DNS pointing to that domain. I feel dizzy. That means, Caleb starts. It means if someone mistypes your domain in an email, Brent says, it could be routed through their server. A slow, cold understanding spreads through the room. They're intercepting, Gwen says. Potentially, Brent replies. And the DNS change required admin access to your domain registrar. Gwen looks at me. Who has that access? Me, I say. My voice sounds distant. And you? And our CEO, she adds. Brent clicks into the audit log. The login came from, he squints again, a VPN endpoint. But authenticated with your credentials, Gwen. Gwen's face drains of color. That's not possible, she says. I didn't log in. Password reuse? Brent asks. No, she says sharply. I use a password manager. Caleb looks between us. Could they have grabbed it from the network before we shut down? Unlikely that fast, Brent says. More likely phishing, credential stuffing, or he stops. What? I ask. He scrolls further down the log. There was a login attempt to the registrar at 7:58 a.m., he says. Failed. I glance at the clock on the wall. I open the email at 8:17. So they tried before the email, Caleb says. Looks like it, Brent replies. A chill runs through me. They knew, I say quietly. Knew what? Gwen asks. That we were going to open it. The room goes still. Brent shakes his head. No, they probably sent it to multiple targets, or they were probing your domain ahead of time. But the timing feels deliberate. Tight. My phone buzzes again. This time, it's a text message from an unknown number. You're making this harder than it needs to be. My breath catches. Caleb reads it over my shoulder. That's not okay, he says. Gwen's composure cracks for the first time. How do they have her number? I think of our website, our team page, my contact email listed under support. My phone number isn't there, but LinkedIn is, and my resume used to be public. Brent says, they're escalating because you shut down the network. They can see that, Caleb asks. If they had access before, they might have noticed the connection drop. My heart pounds so hard it feels mechanical. Call the police, Gwen says. Brent hesitates. For what? Suspicious texts. They'll take a report. Then we file one, she says. We step outside into the parking lot to get better reception. The air is colder now, the sun higher, but still pale. Caleb dials non-emergency Portland police. We wait on hold. A car door slams somewhere behind us. I flinch so hard my elbow hits Brent's car. Pain shoots up my arm. Caleb glances at me. It's just someone leaving. A woman in scrubs walks past, keys in hand, barely looking at us. Misdirection. My brain filling in threat where there is none. When the dispatcher answers, Caleb explains. Suspicious email. Malware. DNS tampering. Threatening texts. The dispatcher sounds bored. Have you lost money? She asks. No, Caleb says. Has anyone made direct threats of physical harm? There's a pause. No, he admits. Then file a report online, she says. Cybercrimes Division will review. The call ends. Gwen stares at the asphalt. So we're on our own. Brent clears his throat. Not entirely. He gestures for us to come back inside. There's another thing, he says once we're seated again. He pulls up a log from your domain registrar. At 8:42 a.m., after the MX record change, he says, a new admin user was added. My pulse thunders. Username, Gwen asks. Brent swallows. M. Klein admin. My stomach drops through the floor. That's me, I whisper. No, Gwen says immediately. That's not you. It's my initials, I say. My last name. Caleb looks at me like he's trying to measure something in my face. I didn't do that, I say, and I hear how thin it sounds. Brent scrolls. The account was created using your company email, he says. But the network was still up then, Caleb says, before we shut it down. So they had access, Gwen says. Brent nods slowly. They may still. The room feels like it's tilting. Can we remove the account? I ask. Brent moves his mouse. Password reset required, he says. Sent to the admin email, which is mine. My phone buzzes again. An email notification. From our registrar. Password reset request. M. Klein admin, I stare at it. They're trying to reset it now, Caleb says. No, Brent says quietly. That was triggered when I clicked remove. We all look at him. But the email is from northpinesystem.com, I say. It is. The reset link is routed through the spoofed domain. They're sitting in the middle, Gwen says. Brent nods. They've positioned themselves between you and your own domain controls. My breath comes shallow. So what do we do? Caleb asks. Brent's jaw tightens. We go to the registrar in person. We all stare at him. They have a physical office downtown, he says, near Pioneer Square. If we can verify identity in person, we can lock down the account and purge unauthorized access. That's insane, Caleb says. We can't just show up. Better than letting them keep control, Brent says. Gwen checks the time. It's 10:27 a.m. Downtown traffic at this hour is unpredictable. If they change anything else in DNS, Brent continues, they could reroute your website, intercept client emails, or worse. The trap tightens in my chest. My need for things to align neatly is gone now. There's no neatness. There's only a moving target and us chasing it. My phone buzzes again. Another text. You're too late. I feel something inside me shift. That's the moment. The point where this stops being a matter of cautious containment and becomes a race we can't opt out of. If we stay here, they continue to operate inside our digital house. If we go downtown, we expose ourselves further, phones on, devices in bags, moving through public space, while someone who knows my name watches. Gwen looks at me. Are you okay? She asks. No, but that's irrelevant. We go, I say. Because retreat now means surrendering control of our own domain. And if they control that, they control everything that looks like us. We grab our laptops again. As we head toward the cars, I glance down at my phone. Another notification. A login alert. Your email password was successfully changed. I didn't change it. And suddenly, we're not racing to prevent a breach. We're racing because we're already inside one. We take 26 East like it's a fire escape. Gwen drives in front of me, her Subaru's taillights a steady red punctuation in the gray. Caleb threads traffic on his bike behind us, stubborn and reckless in a way that makes my stomach tighten every time a car drifts too close. Brent follows in his aging Corolla, one hand on the wheel, the other holding his phone like he's waiting for it to explode. The rain starts somewhere around the Vista Ridge tunnel, not dramatic sheets, just a fine mist that turns every windshield into a smear of lights and moving shadows. My wipers squeak with every pass. The radio keeps trying to reconnect to Bluetooth and failing. That hollow little beep beep repeating like an apology. My email password alert sits on my phone screen like a bruise. Your email password was successfully changed. There's a button beneath it. Secure your account. It's almost funny, like putting a padlock on a door after the room's already been emptied. My hands ache from gripping the wheel. I keep imagining invisible hands in the wires, in the air, in the space between my phone and the towers. You with us? Gwen's voice crackles through my car speakers. She's on speakerphone with all of us connected. Her breath sounds controlled, but fast. Yeah, I say. Caleb's voice cuts in, wind-torn. I'm behind you. Don't slow down. Brent says, don't speed up either. If you crash, you won't be able to sign anything. That's the problem with panic. It makes every sensible sentence sound like it belongs to someone else's life. Downtown Portland swallows us in familiar ways. The river to the right, the skyline low and blunt against the clouds, the bridges like ribs. We merge off 405 and head toward Pioneer Square, the streets slick and crowded with buses breathing diesel, pedestrians hunched under umbrellas. Gwen parks in a paid lot on SW Alder, close enough to run, far enough that you still have to navigate around tourists and lunch crowds, and people who don't know you're coming apart on the inside. Caleb skids up beside us, brakes squealing. He hops off his bike and locks it to a rack with shaking fingers. Leave it, Gwen says too sharply. We don't have time, Caleb glares. I'm not leaving my bike unlocked downtown. Gwen's jaw tightens, but she doesn't argue. That's how I know she's scared. We hurry along SW 5th, then cut toward a glass and stone building with a lobby that smells like wet wool and lemony cleaning solution. The registrar's name is on a plaque by the entrance. It's not flashy. It's just a company that exists to keep names attached to places. Inside, the lobby is bright in a way that feels wrong today. Polished tile, a security desk, a small line of people holding folders and phones. And right away, my brain starts doing what it does when it wants to protect me. It picks one person in the line and decides they're the threat. A man in a dark jacket, mid-30s, standing too still, a backpack at his feet, his hair cut close on the sides. He's looking at his phone without really looking at it. My skin tightens. Caleb leans toward me. What? Nothing, I say, because I don't want to sound crazy, because I don't want my fear to become real just by naming it. Gwen strides to the security desk like she belongs there, which she does. She talks to the guard with clipped politeness. The guard listens, then picks up a phone and makes a call. We wait in a corner near a potted plant that looks fake, but probably is. My phone buzzes again. A new email notification from our registrar. Request approved DNS change pending. My heart stutters. I open it. It's in my name. From mkleinadmin@. Our domain. My mouth goes dry so fast my tongue sticks. Gwen sees my face change and snatches the phone gently, like she's removing a knife from a child. What is it? They're pushing another DNS change, I say. Brent leans in. Show me. Gwen holds my phone so he can see. Brent's eyes flick quickly. They're trying to change your record, he says. That would redirect your website. To what? Caleb asks. Brent scrolls. Could be a clone. Could be a credential harvest page. Could be to make clients think you're down so they call their support number, which is them. Gwen's expression hardens. Time, she says. We don't have any. The security guard comes back around the desk. Follow me, he says. We're led past the lobby into a smaller office area with carpet that smells like old coffee. The guard opens a door to conference room with a round table and a wall-mounted screen. The room is too warm, the kind of warm created by people working near machines all day. A woman in business casual stands up as we enter, smoothing her blouse like she's doing it for herself. Tessa Lang, 39, female. Her nameplate reads Account Security, extends her hand. Hi, she says. I'm Tessa. I understand you're experiencing unauthorized access. Gwen launches into it, concise, factual, like she's reading a report she's already written in her head. Email impersonation. DNS changes. New admin added. Password reset interception. Active changes pending. Tessa's eyes narrow slightly as she listens, not in disbelief, more in the way someone focuses when they realize this isn't a simple, I forgot my password. Okay, she says when Gwen finishes. We can help, but we need to verify you are who you say you are. ID and proof of business ownership. Gwen's tote bag is already open. She pulls out a folder like she's been carrying it for months. Business registration, tax documents, a copy of the domain purchase receipt, printed logs Brent sent her on the drive. Caleb stares at the folder like it's a magic trick. I keep copies, Gwen says, as if it's obvious. Tessa nods appreciatively. Good, that makes this easier. She opens her laptop and types quickly, eyes flicking between screens. I'm going to place a temporary lock on your domain, disable all current admin sessions, and revoke all API tokens. Do it, Gwen says. Tessa hesitates. When I do, anyone currently logged in will be kicked out. That can trigger escalation attempts. We're already there, I say before I can stop myself. Tessa looks at me. You're Mara, I nod. She softens a fraction. Okay, then we're going to work fast. She clicks something. My phone buzzes. A text. Nice try. My stomach drops. They know, I whisper. Gwen's eyes flash to my phone. Keep it, don't respond. Tessa doesn't react much, but her fingers speed up. Lock is in place, she says. Brent exhales like he's been underwater. Tessa continues. I'm seeing an unauthorized admin added this morning. That's the one, Gwen says, pointing. mkleinadmin. Tessa clicks into the user details. Created with an email address that matches your domain, she murmurs, but verified through an alternate route. Through the spoofed MX record, Brent says. Tessa looks at him sharply. You know your stuff. I get paid to, Brent replies, not smiling. Tessa says, I'm going to purge that account. But if your email is compromised, we can't rely on email-based verification anymore. We need to shift to stronger verification hardware token or app-based two-fa tied to a device you physically control. Gwen's phone is on the table. We can do app-based. Tessa nods. Okay. We're going to reset the primary admin credentials here in person and attach two-fa to Gwen's device. That will cut off remote manipulation unless they have her phone. Unless the word hangs between us. My own phone feels suddenly like a liability, like a beacon. Tessa turns the wall-mounted screen on and pulls up our domain record. It's surreal seeing our business represented as a few lines of text and numbers. There it is, the MX record pointing toward northpinesystem.com. Tessa highlights it. Removing this, she says, her cursor hovers. And then my phone rings. Unknown number, my chest tightens. It's like my body recognizes the shape of it. Gwen reaches for my phone without looking at me. She declines the call. It rings again instantly. Decline, again, decline. Tessa's face remains calm, but her eyes flick to the door. Are you being harassed? Yes, Gwen says flatly. Tessa nods once, then clicks remove. The MX record disappears. Half a second, the room feels lighter, like we've cut a wire. Then Tessa's laptop pings. A new prompt appears. Domain transfer initiated pending approval. My breath catches. Brent swears quietly. What does that mean? Caleb asks. It means they're trying to move your domain to a different registrar, Tessa says, voice sharper now. If they succeed, you lose control. But you just locked it, Gwen says. I did, Tessa replies, already typing. But transfers can be initiated and then fought. We need to prevent it at the registry level. She opens a different panel. Registry lock request, she says. This is more serious. It requires manual approval. She picks up her desk phone and starts dialing. The room turns into a machine. Tessa on the phone, speaking quickly in language that sounds like a different alphabet. Brent leaning close, pointing at timestamps. Gwen sitting rigid, hands flat on the table. Caleb pacing in a tight circle because he can't sit still. Me staring at my phone, feeling the weight of my name being used like a crowbar. There's a lull, a brief breath while Tessa is on hold. And in that lull, the door handle turns. The conference room door opens a crack. A man's face appears just for a second. Dark jacket, close cropped hair. The man from the lobby. His eyes land on me like he already knows where I am. Then he steps into the room. Evan Dorsey, 36 male. I don't know his name yet, but later I will, because Tessa will say it out loud to the police, because it will become part of a report. For now, he's just a stranger with steady hands and a posture that screams entitlement. Hey, he says, voice calm, friendly even. Sorry, I think I'm in the wrong room. But his eyes don't scan the room the way someone lost would. They lock on Tessa's laptop, on the wall screen, on Gwen's folder. Caleb steps between him and the table without thinking. You are in the wrong room, Caleb says. Evan raises both hands slightly. My bad. I was told to come back here for account recovery. Tessa's head snaps up. Her voice stays professional, but something hard slips into it. This is an internal security room. Who told you to come back here? Evan smiles faintly. Front desk. The security guard would not. Gwen stands. Close the door. Caleb reaches for it, but Evan's foot slides forward, blocking. Everything happens fast and also strangely slow because my brain is trying to catch up. Evan's eyes flick to my phone on the table. The screen is lit from the repeated calls. Mara, he says quietly. My stomach drops again like it has a trapdoor. I don't answer. Caleb says, "Back up." Evan's smile thins. "You're making a mistake. This doesn't need to get messy." Tessa is still holding the phone to her ear, but she's no longer talking. Her eyes are on Evan. Brent stands, a little awkwardly, as if his body isn't used to threat. "You need to leave." Evan takes one step in. Caleb shoves him, not a dramatic movie shove. A real one, 2 hands in the chest, a burst of force meant to create distance. Evan stumbles back, hits the doorframe with his shoulder. The impact makes a dull sound, flesh against wood. For a heartbeat, I think he's going to retreat. Instead, Evan's hand drops into his jacket pocket. My lungs seize. He pulls out not a gun, not a knife, an object that looks like a thick key fob with a metal tip. A USB device. He holds it up like a warning. "You don't understand how easy this is," he says, voice still calm. "You lock one door, I use another. You pull one plug, I walk in through the wall." Caleb's face is pale. "Why are you here?" Evan's eyes flick to me again. "Because she started pulling threads." My knees feel loose. I flaw my insistence on making sense of things turns into a physical shame. Like I've done something wrong by noticing. Gwen's voice cuts through, sharp. "Security." Tessa finally speaks into the phone fast. "Security in conference room 3. Now, Evan hears that and his eyes sharpen. The comm cracks. He lunges toward the table, not at me. At the laptop, at the wall screen, at the folder. Caleb grabs him around the shoulders, dragging him back. They slam into the wall with a wet thud. Caleb grunts pain, effort. Evan twists, elbowing Caleb hard in the ribs. Caleb gasps and his grip loosens. Evan's hand reaches toward Tessa's laptop. Brent moves on instinct, grabs the laptop, and yanks it away. The cord catches, the laptop slips, slams against Brent's hip, then tumbles. It hits the floor with a crack that makes my stomach flip. The screen goes black. Tessa swears, loud and human. "No." Evan's mouth pulls into something like a grin, feral now. "That's it. That's all I needed." "What did you do?" Gwen snaps. Evan doesn't answer. He turns and bolts for the door. Caleb lunges after him, but his breath catches. The elbow to the ribs did real damage. He staggers instead of running. Gwen grabs a chair and hurls it not at Evan's head, but into his path. It clatters, slows him just enough. The door flies open. The security guard is there, eyes wide, radio in hand. He grabs Evan's arm. Evan wrenches free, shoves the guard hard enough that the man hits the wall. Evan sprints into the hallway. Caleb tries to follow, but doubles over, hand pressed to his side, breath coming in short, painful bursts. "Stay," Gwen says, and it's not a suggestion. She looks at me. "Mara, phone." I understand without understanding. Evidence. Calls, texts, the number. I grab my phone and run after Gwen, shoes slipping slightly on the carpet. We hit the hallway. Evan is already at the stairwell door. He yanks it open and disappears down. Gwen curses and follows. The stairwell smells like concrete and stale air. Our footsteps slap loud, echoing. My lungs burn, my calf cramps. We're not built for this, office bodies, desk hearts. We round the landing and see Evan 2 floors below, moving fast, one hand on the rail. "Stop," Gwen shouts, and her voice is raw now. Evan doesn't. By the time we burst into the lobby, he's gone. The glass doors swing slightly, letting in cold air and street noise, buses, horns, the wet hiss of tires. Gwen stands just outside, scanning. I catch up, panting, my throat tasting like metal. A figure in a dark jacket darts across SW 5th, almost clipped by a bike courier. Evan cuts between cars, vanishes into a cluster of umbrellas. He's gone. We stand there, rain misting our faces, useless. A hand grips my elbow. I jerk. It's the security guard, pale and angry. "You can't chase people out here," he says. "You'll get hit." Gwen turns back inside, jaw clenched so tight it looks like it hurts. Back in the conference room, everything feels wrecked. Brent kneels beside Tessa's laptop, trying to restart it. Tessa is on the phone again, voice tight. Caleb is sitting against the wall, eyes shut, breathing shallow, one hand pressed to his ribs. He looks gray. I crouch beside him. "Are you okay?" He laughs once, a short, broken sound. "No. Can you breathe?" "Yeah." It hurts. Gwen looks at him, guilt flashing across her face, then hardening back into focus. "We're going to get you checked out." Caleb shakes his head. "Not yet. We finish this." Tessa turns from the phone, face pale. "I've got registry lock initiated," she says. "Manual approval is in progress. Your domain is frozen. No transfers, no DNS changes." But what?" Gwen asks. Tessa gestures to the dead laptop. "My terminal went down mid-session. I don't know what he saw." Brent's face is tight. "He saw enough to know we were close. And he knows we're physical now," Gwen says quietly. "He'll adapt." My phone buzzes. A new email comes through, not to my email account. I can't access it, to Gwen's. She opens it, face tightening. It's from an unfamiliar address. From app@northpinesystem.com, one line. "You fixed the mail. Good. Now pay attention." Attached, a screenshot. It's our office window, dark, taken from outside. In the screenshot, a faint glow behind the glass. A monitor, someone inside. My stomach drops into pure, cold dread. Caleb's voice is hoarse. "That's our building." Gwen's eyes lift slowly to meet mine. The point of no return isn't downtown. It's this. They weren't just in our systems. They were in our place. And while we were here, chasing account locks and registry approvals, someone walked into our office and turned something back on. We don't argue about what to do next. That's the weird part. If you had asked me that morning, I would have said Gwen would make a spreadsheet. Caleb would make a joke. I would have fussed with the inbox until it behaved. We'd have turned the problem into a procedure. And then into a story we told later over lunch. Instead, we move like we've all been given the same silent instruction. Gwen calls 911 from the registrar lobby. Not because we're dramatic, but because someone has been inside our office. And Caleb is breathing like each inhale has to be negotiated. Tessa gives the security guard Evan's name and a description. And I watch her do it with a tired professionalism that tells me this isn't the first time she's been the human in the middle of a system that people try to turn into a weapon. She prints us copies of the domain lock confirmation and the transfer attempt log, hands shaking just slightly as she pulls pages from the printer. Brent says, "We need to get back there," and then stops himself because Gwen is looking at Caleb. Caleb says, through clenched teeth, "I'm fine." He is. His skin has that pale gray cast you get when pain is the only thing you can't ignore. The paramedics arrive faster than I expect. 2 of them, a man and a woman, brisk and kind in a way that feels like competence. Renee Alvarez, 33, female, kneels beside Caleb with a blood pressure cuff and a pulse oximeter, talking him through it like she's guiding him down a set of stairs. Tom Whitaker, 44, male, asks questions in a calm voice. "Where does it hurt?" Can you breathe? Did you hit your head? Caleb tries to downplay it. Renee doesn't let him. Ribs are tricky, she says. They don't look dramatic until you realize you can't breathe without them. We need to check you. Gwen's face flickers relief that someone else is taking over, guilt that it's happening at all. Caleb looks at her. Go, he says. I'll be fine at the hospital, I'll text. You don't have your phone, I remind him. It fell in the struggle, skittering under a chair. The screen spiderwebbed when someone stepped on it. Caleb's mouth twists. Right. Gwen squeezes his shoulder, quick and firm, like a promise she can keep. We'll meet you there. He starts to protest, but the protest turns into a hiss of pain. Renee catches his elbow, guiding him up. Watching him stand makes my own ribs ache in sympathy. By the time the stretcher wheels away, the adrenaline has begun to drain. My hands start shaking for real, not the subtle tremor of stress, but the hard, stupid trembling of a body, realizing it's been running on borrowed chemistry. Gwen looks at me and Brent. We go back, she says. Now, Brent nods. We do not go in alone. The police arrive as we're heading out. 2 officers, rain-dark uniforms, radios crackling. Officer Daniel Kessler, 38, male, takes Gwen's statement in a steady tone that makes it clear he's already trying to categorize this into boxes that fit forms. His partner, Officer Aisha Monroe, 29, female, listens to me while I show her the texts, the voicemails, the screenshot of our office window. Officer Monroe's eyes narrow slightly when she sees my name in the voicemail transcript. He used your name, she says. Yes, I whisper. And you never gave it to him. No, she glances at my ID. Do you have any reason to believe he knows you personally? I think of my LinkedIn profile. My old resume. The time I once posted a photo of our team lunch with the building in the background, the street sign half visible. No, I say. Not personally, just enough. Officer Kessler writes, nodding. We're going to put out a bolo for Evan Dorsey based on the registrar's security footage and your description. But I'll be honest, cyber cases take time. It's not just cyber, Gwen says. Her voice is tight. He was physically in our building. Kessler's pen pauses. We'll go with you to your office. If there's an active burglary, we handle it. My chest tightens at the phrase active burglary, like it's a radio signal from a world where this is simple. Person goes in, person gets caught, person goes away. We drive back to our building in a loose convoy. Gwen's Subaru, Brent behind her, the police car bringing up the rear. Downtown gives way to the familiar streets on the east side, wet storefronts, crosswalk signals blinking. The farther we get from Pioneer Square, the more unreal the last hour feels, like a bad dream that clung to our clothes. By the time we pull into our lot, my mouth tastes like pennies. The office building looks the same as it always does. Gray siding, a stairwell with chipped paint, a row of windows on the second floor that reflect the cloudy sky. Except one window is dark in a different way. The blinds are angled wrong. I know because I'm the kind of person who notices. Gwen sees me staring. What? The blinds, I say. We left them half open. Brent mutters, Jesus. Officer Kessler raises a hand. Stay here. He and Officer Monroe go first, up the stairs, hands near their belts. Not guns drawn, but ready. We follow at a distance, Gwen's shoulders squared like armor. Brent's face is tight, jaw working. At the office door, the keypad light is off. We had shut down power to the router cabinet. The keypad runs on the same line. Officer Monroe tries the handle. It opens. Stomach turns. door swings inward with the familiar soft scrape of rubber on tile. The office smells the same: stale coffee, printer toner, the faint citrus of Gwen's cleaning wipes. But the air is warmer than it should be. Officer Kessler sweeps left. Officer Monroe sweeps right. Their radios crackle low. "No one," Kessler says after a moment. Gwen steps in, scanning. Brent follows, then me. And there it is. My laptop is on my desk, open, powered on. The screen glows with the login page. Not Windows, not macOS. Something else: an admin console in a browser tab, the kind of thing you see when you're deep in the guts of a system. I stop breathing. Brent hurries over, then stops short like he's remembering his own advice. "Don't touch it," he says. Gwen's voice is sharp. "Who turned that on?" No one answers, because the answer is obvious. Officer Monroe looks at the desk. "Is anything missing?" My eyes flick over the room. The printer, the chairs. Little plant Caleb watered sometimes and mostly forgot. Gwen's tote isn't here. Mine isn't here either because I took it. "Nothing obvious," I say, and then I see it. A USB device sits on my keyboard. Black, thick, metal tip. The same kind Evan held up in the conference room. My skin crawls. Officer Kessler steps closer, careful not to disturb anything. "We're not touching that." Brent swallows. "That's a dropper, could be a payload. Or it could be a message." "A message." Gwen repeats. Brent's eyes flick to me. "A demonstration." Officer Monroe speaks softly, like she's trying not to spook an animal. "Did you leave your laptop here powered off?" "Yes," I say. "In a sleeve, in my bag. I took it with me." Gwen's face twists. "No, you didn't. You put it in your sleeve and then..." She stops. Her eyes widen. We all remember the scramble, the chase, the stairwell. My phone in my hand, my lungs burning. Someone bumped into me as we bolted out of the conference room. I didn't check my bag again after that. I just assumed. I feel suddenly nauseous. "I didn't take it," I whisper. Brent's voice is low. "He swapped it, or he never needed to. He got here first." Gwen makes a sound that is half anger, half grief. "He was in our office while we were downtown." Officer Kessler speaks into his radio. "We need a unit to canvass the building and check security footage. Potential burglary, potential evidence tampering." Officer Monroe steps to the window and peers down at the parking lot. Her posture is alert now. Gwen looks at me, eyes sharp. "Mara, did you ever store your passwords on your machine?" "No," I say automatically. "No, I use a manager." But my voice falters because the manager sits behind a single password and my email is compromised. And if he got access to enough, he could reset enough. Brent moves carefully, like he's walking around a sleeping dog. "Treat everything here as contaminated. No powering down. No touching. I'm going to bring in a forensics team, or we take it all to my office under chain of custody." Officer Kessler nods. "We'll secure the area." Gwen's phone buzzes. She checks it, face tightening. "It's our CEO," she says. She steps into the kitchenette and takes the call, voice low. I stand by my desk, staring at my own machine like it's a stranger. The admin console on the screen shows our domain records, our client list. A tab open to the billing folder directory on our shared drive. Someone has been in. Brent crouches beside the desk and peers without touching. "They were looking," he murmurs. At the edge of the screen, a cursor blinks in a text field. I realize something and my throat closes. The cursor is in the forwarding rules section of our email admin panel. It's highlighted. There's a rule listed. Forward all incoming mail from billing at to app at northpinesystem.com. system.com a rule that would quietly send our billing emails to them. A procedural failure disguised as normal workflow. It makes my skin prickle with rage and shame. It's so simple, so unromantic. The horror of it is how much it would work. Brent's breath is tight. He didn't need to steal everything, just a stream. Gwen comes back, face pale, but controlled. CEO says she's freezing outbound payments. She's contacting our largest clients. We're going to have to disclose. The word lands like a weight. Disclose means reputational damage. It means phone calls with angry CFOs. It means explaining to people that we weren't careful enough. It also means doing the right thing. Officer Monroe asks, "Do you have cameras in the office?" Gwen shakes her head. "No, we're small." Officer Kessler says, "Building cameras." The building has a cheap camera pointed at the stairwell. We've complained about it being blurry before, joked that it's decorative. Now it's all we have. We wait while an officer from downstairs pulls up the feed. We watch on his tablet. The timestamp shows 10:58 a.m. A figure enters the stairwell, dark jacket, backpack. He moves briskly, not sneaking, not running, like he belongs. He reaches our door, types something into the keypad. The door opens. Gwen's mouth tightens. How did he get the code? Brent looks sick. He watched. Or he pulled it from someone's email. Or from the compromised systems. The figure steps inside. The camera angle is too poor to catch his face clearly, but his posture is familiar. He exits 8 minutes later carrying a bag that looks like mine. Then the feed glitches for a second, the picture breaking into blocks. When it comes back, he's gone. Officer Monroe looks at the glitch. "That's odd," Brent exhales. Cheap camera, connection drop. A misdirection that doesn't feel like relief, because it's explainable, but still ugly. Even our safety measures are flimsy. Officer Kessler takes the tablet back. We'll request footage from the building management too. We'll circulate Evan's image. But you understand, without catching him in the act. "I understand," Gwen says. And the way she says it tells me she understands too well. The system does not bend for small companies. Brent finally does what he can. He calls a colleague who does digital forensics. He starts documenting everything with his own camera, narrating out loud so there's a record. He disconnects the office from the building's main line at the box downstairs, physically, with the officer watching. It's slow work, unheroic, and while it happens, my body begins to register what it's been through. My legs start shaking again. My head throbs. My throat aches. My fingers feel stiff and sore, like I've been clenching all morning without noticing. Gwen sits in her chair for the first time since we arrived back, posture collapsed for a second, then straightening again out of habit. "This is my fault," I say, because the words have been chewing a hole in me. Gwen looks at me, eyes tired. "No, I opened it," I whisper. "You did your job," she says. "And you noticed what was wrong. That's why we caught it." But Gwen cuts me off with a small shake of her head. "If you hadn't opened it, he would have found another way. He already had access before you did." Brent nods, grim. He was probing the registrar at 7:58. The email wasn't the first step. It was the step you saw. That should make me feel better. It doesn't, because my flaw wasn't just opening it. It was tugging. It was clicking, refreshing, trying to recreate the smudge on the PDF because I needed it to make sense. And in a way, he was right. I started pulling threads. Caleb texts from the ER using a nurse's phone, short messages, full of pain and humor because he can't do anything else. Cracked rib. keeping me for a bit. Don't die without me. I laugh once, a wet sound that surprises me. The laugh breaks something open, and I have to look away so no one sees my eyes water. The afternoon becomes a series of practical steps. Gwen calls clients. She speaks carefully, telling the truth without panicking them. Some people are furious. Some are sympathetic. One CFO says flatly, "This is why we pay for enterprise," and hangs up. Our CEO emails a formal disclosure statement reviewed by counsel in Germany. It's concise, almost cold. It makes it feel real in a way my shaking body still hasn't fully accepted. Brent wipes our machines and starts rebuilding from clean backups. The cost is time, productivity, the sense of safety that comes from familiarity. He finds the forwarding rule. He finds evidence of attempted access to the billing portal. He doesn't find direct evidence of money stolen. That's the strange mercy in all of it. It looks like the attacker didn't get paid. Or at least, not yet. By evening, the police have taken statements from all of us. They've taken copies of the texts, the voicemails. They've taken the USB device in an evidence bag. They've promised follow-up. We go home separately. When I get to my apartment in Beaverton, the hallway smells like someone's cooking onions. The carpet outside my door is worn in the same pattern it's always been. My neighbor's dog barks once and then stops. Normal life is everywhere, insisting. Inside, I drop my keys in the bowl by the door and stand in the kitchen, listening to the refrigerator hum. I don't turn on my laptop. I don't open my email. I sit on the floor with my back against the cabinet and finally let my body shake without trying to stop it. Later, I take a shower and scrub my skin too hard, as if I can wash off the day. I find a bruise on my elbow from the parking lot flinch and press it until it hurts, just to feel something I can explain. My phone is the last thing I look at before bed. No new calls, no new texts. I should feel safe. Instead, I open my voicemail app and stare at the message where he said my name. I don't play it again. I delete it. Then I restore it from deleted because I can't stand the thought of it disappearing, of the evidence becoming missed. I hate myself for that, for still pulling. When I finally get into bed, the room is quiet except for the distant sound of cars on the highway. I close my eyes and see the cursor blinking in the forwarding rules field, patient and indifferent. I tell myself it's over. The domain is locked. The forwarding rule is removed. Our network is rebuilt. The police have a name. But right before I fall asleep, my phone lights up. Not a call, a system notification. New login to your email account blocked. Location, Portland, OR, device, unknown. The app asks if it was me. My thumb hovers. I tap no. The notification disappears, and the screen goes dark again. The apartment is quiet, ordinary, safe, in the way a locked door is safe. Still, I lie awake listening to the refrigerator hum, thinking about how the only reason I saw the break in normalcy was because I cannot stop noticing when something doesn't align, and wondering, with a sick kind of certainty, whether that's why he picked me in the first place. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I found my own wallet at a crime scene on the news, is best experienced in the dark. which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first time it felt wrong. It wasn't a scream or a gunshot or anything clean enough to name. It was the little stutter in the live stream. I'd put it on the TV in the background, the way you put on rain sounds, local news, midday, volume low, just to keep the apartment from feeling like a sealed container. I was rinsing coffee out of my French press, watching brown foam swirl down the drain when the anchor's voice hiccuped. Not her words, her tone, like she'd taken a breath and realized, mid-inhale, that she'd stepped onto a stage and forgotten her shoes. On the screen, a shaky shot of a street corner, yellow tape, the red and blue wash of patrol lights flaring on wet asphalt. The camera kept trying to focus on the tape, then slipping past it, catching a blur of dark shapes on the ground. Not a body, nothing so definitive, just the impression of something you weren't supposed to see. A man in a neon safety vest walked between the camera and the scene, close enough that the mic caught the crisp scuff of his boots and the wet slap of his radio cord against his jacket. Somewhere off camera, a woman laughed once, sharp, disbelieving, like she'd said something too normal for where she was standing. The anchor came back in, still trying to sound like herself. And just a reminder, if you're in the Old Town area, police are asking you to avoid the intersection of the image froze for half a second. Pixelated. The audio continued anyway, 2 streams out of sync, like a bad Zoom call. And then it corrected. Everything normal again. Explainable, weather, signal, a producer bumping a switch. That sort of thing happens. But that half second had landed in me in an ugly way, like a pebble in your shoe you can't ignore. I turned the water off too hard. The faucet thunked. My hands were still wet when my phone buzzed on the counter. Emma, you coming? You said you'd be here by 1:30. I looked at the clock above my microwave, the one the landlord installed and never set right. 1:12, okay, fine. I wasn't late yet. I typed back with my damp thumb. Emmy, leaving now. Traffic. Emma, don't care. Bring the thing. The thing was a manila envelope with my divorce paperwork, my part done, my signature in blue ink that looked too cheerful. I'd been carrying it around for 3 days like it was radioactive, refusing to mail it, because mailing it made it final. As if the mail slot was a guillotine. I dried my hands on the dish towel. The apartment smelled like stale coffee and lemon dish soap. Down the hall, Mrs. Klein's TV was on loud, a game show cheering at an inappropriate volume. It helped, weirdly, hearing strangers clap for somebody winning a blender, while the news showed police tape. I grabbed the envelope off the table, slid it into my backpack, and checked my pockets out of habit. Keys, phone, wallet. My wallet was where it always was, back right pocket. I patted it twice, just to be sure, the way you do when you've been jumpy for no good reason. Leather, warm from my body, solid. I killed the TV as the anchor started saying, developing story again. The screen went black, reflecting my own face for a second, tired, 30-something, trying to look like a person with a plan. Then I left. My name is Noah Klein, 34, male, and I have the kind of life that looks stable in a photo and feels like loose screws when you touch it. I live in Boston, in a 3rd-floor walk-up in East Somerville, the kind of place where you can hear your neighbor sneeze and the buses exhale at the stop outside like tired animals. I work in IT for a mid-size hospital network, meaning I spend my days coaxing ancient systems to behave, and my nights pretending I'm not thinking about all the ways a small problem can cascade into something expensive and humiliating. I told people I was fine a lot. I said it with a smile that felt like it belonged to somebody else. Today, my plan was simple. Get to the cafe, hand Emma the envelope, talk through the last ugly logistics, and leave without saying something I couldn't take back. That was the everyday motive. The private fear sat underneath it like a second heartbeat. That I'd freeze when it mattered. That I'd look at a mess and become a statue. The way I did when my dad died, and everybody kept moving and I just didn't. The air outside had that damp, cold Boston does so well. Not freezing, but persistent, like the city had misted itself with chilled water and expected you to tolerate it. The sidewalk was gritty with sand from last week's snow that had melted into gray slush and refrozen in thin crusts. A delivery guy on a scooter zipped past, the engine whining like an overworked blender. I walked fast toward the green line, backpack bouncing once against my spine. The streets were loud in the way they always are. Cars, buses, a distant siren that could be for anything. The siren made me think of the TV again, the tape, the glitch. I told myself to stop being weird. At the corner by the convenience store, there was a knot of people around a phone held up like a tiny torch. A kid in a Patriots beanie was talking too loudly, the words tumbling over each other. I'm telling you, it's right by the fucking Rotary. Like, right there. Dude, my cousin's friend saw the whole thing, someone else said. That's not even Old Town. It is if you take the cut through, the kid snapped. And the group laughed in that mean way people do when they're not sure what else to do with their adrenaline. I kept walking. I didn't want to absorb their version of events. The news had already done enough. The train platform smelled like hot metal and wet wool. A woman in a puffy coat was eating a bagel, the toasted smell mixing with the sharp tang of brake dust. I stood under the LED sign that lied about arrival times and watched my breath fog and vanish. My phone buzzed again. Emma, bring the thing, seriously. No, forgot it today. I almost texted back I won't, but that felt childish, like promising not to spill milk. Instead, I wrote, on my way. The train arrived with that squeal that always makes people wince. I got on, held a pole, and let my mind go blank the way it does when I'm in motion. A man across from me was watching something with no headphones. Tinny voices leaked out. The woman next to him glared and then gave up. The train rocked. The ad above the door promised dental implants with a smiling couple that looked like they'd never had to check their bank account before buying groceries. I got off in the neighborhood Emma had picked, South End, because she liked it, because it felt neutral compared to the streets where we used to run errands together. The cafe was one of those places with hanging plants and a chalkboard menu, the kind of place that makes you feel underdressed no matter what you wear. Inside, it was warm and smelled like espresso and cinnamon. The low hum of conversation wrapped around me, punctuated by the hiss of the milk steamer. For a second, my shoulders unclenched. Normal. This is normal. Emma was already there, sitting by the window with a coffee she wasn't drinking. She looked up when I walked in, and her face did that thing it always did now, half relief, half guardedness. like she was bracing for impact even when she wanted to stop. Emma Walsh, 32, female, stood as I approached, her coat still on. Hair pulled back in a tight knot that made her seem more severe than she really was. She'd been a nurse for years, the kind who could make hard decisions in a crisis and then cry in her car afterward, furious at herself for having feelings. She used to soften around me. Lately, she kept her edges sharp, like it was safer that way. "Hey," she said, and it came out cautious. "Hey," I said back. We sat. The table was too small, our knees almost touched under it, and then both of us adjusted at the same time like magnets repelling. "You have it?" she asked, and tried to make it casual, but her fingers were already tapping the cardboard cup sleeve. I unzipped my backpack and pulled out the manila envelope like it was a peace offering. Her eyes tracked it. She reached for it, then hesitated. For a second, neither of us moved. "Thanks," she said, finally taking it. Her nails were chipped. She'd never have let that happen when we were together. We didn't talk about feelings, not yet. We did the thing we'd learned in the last 6 months, which was talk about logistics like we were strangers negotiating a contract. She opened the envelope and scanned the pages. "You initialed page 3 this time." "I did," I said. "I'm learning." She tried not to smile, but it flickered and then vanished. "So, the car, I'm still taking it Monday." "Yeah, I'll drop the spare key off." "Don't leave it under the mat," she said automatically, because our old mat had been stolen once, and she'd never forgiven the universe for the audacity. I rubbed my thumb along the edge of the table. The cafe played some soft indie music, a voice so breathy it sounded like the singer was afraid of being heard. Emma looked up from the papers. "You seem off." Almost said, "No, I don't." I almost lied. Then I heard myself exhale through my nose, slow. "Just watched the news earlier," I said. "There's something going on, some crime scene. They were telling people to avoid Old Town." "Old Town," Emma frowned. "Like Charlestown, or I don't know. They just said Old Town area." I wasn't really paying attention. That was a lie too, but closer to true than the first one. She took a sip of her coffee and made a face like it had gone cold. "There's always something. Someone got stabbed outside my unit last month, like literally outside the doors. We were bringing in a patient, and there's blood on the sidewalk and a guy's yelling, and then you still have to go inside and take vitals like your hands aren't shaking." "I don't know how you do that," I said, and meant it. Emma looked at me for a long second. "You just do it," she said quietly. "Most people do." That landed in the sore place. The implication, unintentional but sharp, that I hadn't. That I'd gotten overwhelmed by our marriage turning into a slow motion crash, and I'd sat there watching it happen. I glanced toward the window to break eye contact. Outside, the street was wet and bright with reflected sky. People walked by carrying tote bags and dogs in little sweaters. A TV mounted above the counter was muted, showing a news channel with closed captions. The anchor's mouth moved soundlessly. A lower third graphic crawled across the bottom. I didn't want to look, but my eyes went there anyway because my brain is rude like that. The image was familiar. Yellow tape, flashing lights. Same scene as before, from a different angle. The caption text was too small from where I sat, but I could make out a few words as it updated. "Police investigate. Witnesses. Asking for." A barista walked in front of the TV, and the caption vanished behind her head. When she moved, the shot had changed to a close-up of an officer speaking to someone with a clipboard. And there, just for a second, in the corner of the frame, was a blurred patch of brown leather on the ground near the curb. Something that could have been anything. A glove, a pouch, trash, a piece of someone's jacket. But my stomach tightened like I'd missed a step on stairs. I didn't know why. It wasn't clear enough to identify. It was just a shape, an everyday shape in the wrong place. I shifted in my seat, trying to angle my body without making it obvious. My backpack strap was looped around the chair leg, my habit, my tiny control in a world that loves taking things. Emma followed my gaze. "What? Nothing," I said quickly. Too quickly. She narrowed her eyes. "Noah," I swallowed. The cafe felt suddenly louder. The hiss of the steamer was too close. Someone laughed behind me, and it jolted me like a touch. "It's probably nothing," I said, forcing my voice to stay even. I just thought I saw something that looked familiar. Emma leaned slightly, trying to see the TV better. Familiar like what? I hesitated, because saying it out loud felt absurd. Like confessing you thought you saw your own face in a crowd. "I don't know," I said. "Like a wallet." Emma blinked. A wallet. I hated how I sounded. Paranoid. Dramatic. Like I was reaching for meaning because my life had been stripped of it. "I'm probably making it up," I said, and laughed once, too bright. "It's just, I thought it looked like mine." Emma stared at me. Then she looked down at the table, then back up. "Do you have your wallet right now?" "Yes," I said immediately, and my hand moved without permission, patting my back pocket. Leather, there, warm, real. Emma's expression didn't soften. It sharpened, professional in a way that made me feel like a patient. "Show me," she said. I froze for half a beat. Not long, but enough that I felt my flaw, my private fear, rise up and try to take the wheel. That stillness, that stupid statue instinct. Then I forced myself to move. I reached into my back pocket. My fingers met fabric, no leather. I went deeper, like it could be hiding, like it could be folded into a corner. Nothing. Empty pocket. My fingertips scraped against the seam. Heat rushed up my neck. I pulled my hand out and checked the other pocket. Ridiculous, like the wallet had teleported. Nothing. I sat there with my hand half inside my jacket pocket, like I'd forgotten how to finish the motion. My heart was doing something messy, not pounding exactly, but shifting erratically, like a washing machine off balance. Emma's face had gone very still. "Noah," she said again, quieter now. I started. My mouth was dry. "I had it. I checked before I left." "Okay," she said, the way she spoke to panicking families in the ER. Calm, controlled, pretending calm will be contagious. "Okay. Where's the last place you remember physically using it?" I stared at her. The TV above the counter kept playing silent footage of the taped-off street. The caption bar updated again, words crawling like insects. I could hear the barista calling out orders. "Oat latte for Jess." Jess, a chair scraped. A spoon clinked against ceramic. Outside, a bus sighed at the curb. My brain tried to assemble the morning into a clean timeline and kept dropping pieces. Apartment, pocket check, train, platform, the tight grip on the pole, the turnstile, the walk here. I hadn't bought anything. I hadn't pulled it out. The thought snapped into place with a sick little click. My ID was in that wallet, my address, my credit cards, everything that made me meet the systems that run the world. Emma stood, suddenly decisive. She grabbed the envelope and shoved it back into my backpack like the divorce paperwork no longer mattered compared to the new problem. "Call your bank," she said. "Freeze everything, right now." Yeah. My fingers fumbled for my phone. Screen slick under my sweaty thumb. And then Emma continued, voice low. We need to decide something. What? She glanced at the TV again, then back at me. We can do the normal thing and assume you dropped it somewhere boring. In the train, on the sidewalk, in the cafe. You can file a report for a lost wallet, cancel your cards, order a new license, and spend the next month being mildly miserable. I swallowed. Or, she said, and there was a small tremor in her voice now, the first crack in her composure. We can figure out why you thought you saw it on the news. My phone hovered in my hand, call screen open, finger not moving. Emma's gaze held mine, steady and unblinking. Which is it? She asked. Boring mistake, or something we should not ignore. And that was the choice, sitting between us like a third cup on the table, steaming and unseen. Do we treat it like lost property? Or do we follow the feeling that the world had tilted by half a degree and might keep tilting if we let it? I looked at the muted TV one more time, then back at my empty pocket. And I had to pick. I didn't call the bank. That's the first mistake. My thumb hovered over the call button, and instead I hit the volume up on the TV remote mounted under the counter near the espresso machine. The bartender-looking barista shot me a look, but didn't stop me. The news audio flooded the cafe. Boston police are asking for the public's help identifying a person of interest seen in the area shortly before the incident. The victim, a male in his early 40s, was found unconscious near the curb at approximately 11:20 a.m. He remains in critical condition at Massachusetts General Hospital. Emma went still beside me. On screen, the footage shifted to B-roll, the taped-off intersection in Charlestown, so not Old Town in the vague way they'd said it earlier, but the brick-lined stretch near Main Street and Warren. I recognized it immediately. I'd biked through there last summer. Narrow sidewalks, old row houses with black iron railings. It looked too quaint to hold anything violent. The camera zoomed closer to the curb, and there it was, not blurred this time. A brown leather bifold wallet open, splayed like a small animal flattened mid-step. One corner darkened with something I didn't want to name. A police evidence marker beside it, number 4. My stomach lurched, not dramatically, just enough to make the world tilt for a second. That's, I started. Emma leaned in, eyes narrowing. It could be anyone's. The reporter continued, voice steady, almost bored. Police have not released the identity of the victim, but confirm that several personal items were recovered at the scene, including a wallet and keys. Authorities are reviewing surveillance footage from nearby businesses. The camera cut to a still image, a close-up of the wallet. My license was halfway visible inside it, not enough to read clearly from across the cafe. But I knew the scratch across the bottom right corner of the leather. I'd dropped it on concrete 3 years ago outside Fenway. It left a pale crescent scar that never went away. Emma's hand gripped my wrist. Hard. Noah, she said, not panicked, not calm either, just urgent. My voice came out thin. I didn't go there today. What time did you leave your apartment? Like 12:30, maybe 12:35. The report said 11:20. I shook my head, trying to force my brain into order. I was home at 11:20. I was doing dishes. I saw the first broadcast. It glitched. Emma's jaw worked. She looked back at the screen. The image changed again, back to the reporter standing in front of the tape, wind tugging at her hair. Police are particularly interested in speaking with anyone who may have been in the area between 10:30 and noon. Emma turned the volume down. Around us, the cafe had gone quiet in that subtle way people do when they realize something heavy is happening near them. Not staring outright, but listening. I at the next table pretended to scroll his phone while his ears angled toward us. "You need to call the police," Emma said. The word police hit me like a sudden cold draft. "I can't just call and say, 'Hey, that wallet at your crime scene is mine.'" "Why not?" "Because it makes it sound like I was there." "Were you?" she snapped, too sharp. "No," heads turned this time. I lowered my voice. "No, I was." Emma held my gaze, searching for cracks. I felt the old fear creeping in, the statue instinct. Part of me that wanted to shrink, to minimize, to wait, and hope the problem would move on to someone else. "I was home," I said again, but it sounded defensive now. "Weak." "Okay," Emma said slowly. "Okay, then this is simple. Either someone stole your wallet and dropped it there, or you lost it somewhere and it ended up there, or she stopped. Or what? Or someone put it there." The words hung between us. "For what reason?" I asked, and hated how small my voice sounded. Emma didn't answer. She didn't have to. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. My hands were shaking enough that I mistyped my password twice. "Let me see," she said. I angled the screen toward her. There it was, a pending charge at 10:52 a.m., $18.74. Charlestown Market in Delhi. I stared at it. I hadn't been to Charlestown in months. "I didn't buy anything," I said. "I swear to God." Emma's nurse brain kicked in fully now. Focused, efficient. "Call the bank. Freeze the cards. Then call the police. Right now, before they show up at your door." My chest tightened. "Why would they show up at my door?" "Because your ID is in that wallet," she said evenly. "And it was at the scene of a violent crime." I pictured uniformed officers knocking on Mrs. Klein's door downstairs, asking about me. I pictured her folding her arms, saying I was quiet, but nice, and then watching through the peephole as they took me away. That was irrational, I knew it, but my brain didn't care. I hit call on the bank. The hold music started immediately, a synthetic piano version of something that might once have been a pop song. My knee bounced under the table. Emma's phone buzzed. She ignored it. "We need to get ahead of this," she said. "I'm on hold." "No, I mean physically." "What does that mean?" She glanced toward the TV again. The reporter was wrapping up. "The incident occurred just 2 blocks from the Bunker Hill Monument," she said. "Police expect to remain on scene for several hours." Emma stood up abruptly. "What are you doing, going there?" My stomach dropped. "Are you insane?" She leaned over the table, voice low. "If your wallet is there, and your card was used there at 10:52, and someone ends up dead or in a coma, they're going to trace that wallet to you. You sitting here pretending it's a coincidence doesn't protect you." "I'm not pretending," I said, heat rising in my face. You freeze," she said. "Not cruel, just factual. When things get complicated, you freeze. You wait for someone else to take control. That's what you did with us." The words stung because they were true. "I am not freezing," I snapped. "You haven't moved." I looked down. She wasn't wrong. The bank rep finally picked up. "Thank you for calling Commonwealth Trust. This is Denise. How may I assist you today?" I swallowed. "Hi. I need to report a lost wallet and freeze my cards." As I gave my information, Emma paced near the window, watching the street like it might offer answers. The hold music had made my skin itch. Denise's calm voice felt unreal. "Yes, sir. I can see a pending charge at Charlestown Market and Delhi at 10:52 a.m. Would you like to dispute that?" "Yes." "And when did you notice the wallet missing?" About 5 minutes ago. Okay. I'll place an immediate freeze on all cards associated with this account. Please note that pending transactions may still post. The phrase may still post echoed in my head. Sir, Denise prompted. Yes, that's fine. When the call ended, I felt slightly steadier. A small task completed, 1 square on the checklist. Emma stopped pacing. I'm going, she said. With or without you? I stared at her. Why are you doing this? She hesitated. Then, because if this spirals, I don't want to be reading about it online. That wasn't the full truth, but it was enough. The time on my phone read 1:47 p.m. If the incident was at 11:20, the scene would still be active. Police, tape, cameras, chaos, and somewhere in that chaos my name. I shouldn't be near it, I said. That makes it worse. It makes it look like you're hiding if you don't come forward, Emma countered. We stood there, the cafe pressing in around us. Finally, I grabbed my backpack. Fine, I said. We go, we talk to them, we explain. And if they don't believe you? I didn't answer. The ride to Charlestown felt too short. We took a rideshare because neither of us trusted public transit to move fast enough. The driver, Luis Martinez, 46, male, chatted about traffic and construction near the Zachem Bridge, oblivious to the tension in the back seat. He wore a red Sox cap and kept the radio low on a sports station. You guys heading to the monument? He asked casually. Something like that, Emma said. As we crossed the bridge, I looked out at the gray Charles River, flat and indifferent. The city skyline rose ahead, glass and brick and steel pretending permanence. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I let it ring. Then it rang again immediately. Emma glanced at the screen. Answer it. I did. Hello? A pause. Faint background noise, traffic, maybe wind. Is this Noah Klein? A male voice asked. Yes. This is Officer Daniel Reeves with Boston Police Department. Tone was professional, not aggressive. I'm calling regarding a wallet recovered at a scene this morning. It contains identification in your name. My throat tightened. Yes, I said. I just saw the news. I was about to call. Can you confirm your date of birth? I did. Mr. Klein, where are you right now? In a car, I said, on the way to Charlestown. There was a brief pause on the other end. Why? I looked at Emma. Because it's my wallet, I said, and I didn't put it there. Another pause. Longer, Mr. Klein, Officer Reeves said carefully. I'd advise you not to approach the active scene. We can arrange to speak at a different location. How did it get there? I asked. That's what we're trying to determine. Louis glanced at us in the rearview mirror now, curiosity finally cutting through his small talk. Are you saying I'm a suspect? I asked. I'm saying, Reeves replied, tone tightening just slightly, that your property was recovered adjacent to a victim of an assault. We need to clarify how it came to be there. Assault, not robbery, not accident, assault. When can you come to the station? He asked. Emma squeezed my hand. We're 10 minutes away, I said. Another pause. I imagined him weighing something. Stay where you are, Reeves said finally. Do not approach the taped area. I'll meet you near the perimeter. The call ended. Louis cleared his throat. Everything okay? Yeah, I said automatically. Emma didn't look convinced. As we turned onto Main Street, traffic slowed. I could already see the flashing lights up ahead, a cluster of red and blue reflections bouncing off brick facades. The tape was still up. Cameras. A small crowd held back by uniformed officers. Louis pulled over 2 blocks away, as far as he could get. That'll be $14.23, he said. I paid with Apple Pay because my wallet was lying on wet asphalt under an evidence marker. We stepped out of the car. The air felt sharper here, tighter, like the neighborhood had inhaled and forgotten to exhale. Emma adjusted her coat. "You ready?" she asked. "No," but I nodded. We started walking toward the flashing lights. Halfway down the block, my phone buzzed again. Another unknown number, I answered. A different voice this time. Younger, female, breathless. "Is this Noah Klein?" "Yes." "You don't know me," she said quickly. "But I think someone used your wallet on purpose." I stopped walking. Emma nearly collided with me. "Who is this?" I asked. "My name is," her voice cut out briefly, like she'd turned her head. "I work at the deli, the one on your bank statement." I saw the guy. My pulse thudded in my ears. "What guy?" "The one who paid with your card," she said. He asked if anyone had turned in a wallet, like he was looking for something. A cold line traced down my spine. "Can you describe him?" I asked. "I can try," she said. "But you need to know he wasn't alone." Emma's fingers tightened around mine. Up ahead, a uniformed officer stepped into our path. "Mr. Klein?" he asked. And at the same time, the woman on the phone whispered, "Urgent now. They're watching you." The line went dead. Mr. Klein. The uniformed officer blocking our path was younger than I expected. Early 20s. Clean-shaven, sharp cheekbones. The kind of face that still looked like it had prom photos somewhere. His nameplate read T. Donnelly. "Yes," I said, and tried to keep my voice from shaking. Behind him, I could see the intersection clearly now. Main Street sloped slightly downhill toward the Rotary. The yellow tape was stretched from a lamppost to a metal crowd control barrier. Two cruisers angled across one lane, lights still pulsing. A dark stain marred the asphalt near the curb. Even from here, I could see the faint sheen of water where someone had hosed part of it down. Emma stood half a step behind me, her shoulder touching mine. Officer Donnelly glanced at a phone in his hand. "Detective Reeves asked me to intercept you. He's finishing up with the victim's family at Mass General. He'll meet you at District A1 in about 45 minutes. "I thought he said perimeter," I said. He changed his mind. Donnelly's expression was polite, but blank. He prefers the station. My phone felt heavier in my pocket. "Can I at least confirm that's my wallet?" I asked, nodding toward the scene. Donnelly hesitated. "It's bagged as evidence. We've logged the contents." "Contents?" Emma asked sharply. "Standard procedure," he said. "ID, cards, cash." "How much cash?" I blurted. He checked his phone again. $32. I had 40 in there this morning. Emma's fingers dug into my arm in a silent don't. "Is there anything missing?" Donnelly asked. I shook my head automatically, then stopped. "I don't know. That's why we're meeting at the station," he said. "We'll take a formal statement." He stepped aside slightly, but not enough to let us through the tape. The message was clear. Go to the station. Stay out of the scene. We walked back up the block toward Main Street, away from the flashing lights. My legs felt oddly hollow, like I'd run too hard and not realized it yet. Emma leaned close. "We need to talk to that deli employee before we go to the station." I nodded. She said they were watching me. "Which could mean anything," Emma said. "It could mean she panicked. It could mean she thinks police are watching you." "Or someone else is," I said. She didn't answer that. Charlestown Market and Deli was 2 blocks east, past a row of narrow brick townhouses with black shutters. The place had a faded green awning and a neon open sign that flickered faintly, even in daylight. As we approached, I felt eyes on us. Every passing glance seemed loaded. A man walking a golden retriever slowed slightly as he passed. A woman on her phone turned her body away when she noticed me looking at her. I told myself that was paranoia. This was a neighborhood with an active crime scene down the block. Everyone was tense. Inside the deli, the air smelled like frying oil and overripe bananas. A small TV above the fridge played the same news coverage on mute. Behind the counter stood a woman in her early 20s, dark hair pulled into a messy bun. Her name tag read Lena. She looked up as we entered. Her gaze flicked to me, then to Emma. "You called me," I said quietly. Lena's shoulders stiffened. "You shouldn't have come here. We need to know what you saw," Emma said, stepping forward with that nurse authority again. "Before we go to the police." "I already talked to them," Lena said. My stomach dropped. "What did you tell them?" "That a guy used a card with your name on it," she swallowed. "And that he asked if anyone had turned in a wallet." "What did he look like?" I asked. She glanced toward the window like she expected someone to be standing there. "Mid-30s, she said. White, dark jacket, baseball cap. He kept looking at the door like he was waiting for someone." "Alone," Emma pressed. Lena hesitated. "There was a car," she said finally, "parked across the street, engine running." "What kind of car?" "Black SUV, tinted windows." I felt something tighten in my chest. "Did you get a plate?" Emma asked. Lena shook her head. "I was busy." And then I saw the news later and she trailed off. "When they showed the wallet, I recognized your name from the receipt." "Receipt?" I asked. She reached under the counter and pulled out a small stack of paper. She flipped through it and handed one to me. The timestamp read 10:52 a.m. The signature on the bottom was a jagged scrawl, not mine. "That's not my handwriting," I said. "I know," she said. My hands were trembling now. The deli felt too small. The hum of the refrigerator was suddenly loud. Emma leaned in. "Did the police take that receipt?" "They photographed it," Lena said, "but they didn't take the original." "Why?" Emma asked. Lena shrugged. "They said they'd pull the transaction record from the bank." I slipped the receipt into my backpack. "We need the surveillance footage," I said. Lena's eyes widened. "They took the DVR." "Of course they did." "Can you describe his face?" Emma asked gently. Lena closed her eyes for a second. He had a cut on his knuckle, fresh, like he'd scraped it, and he smelled like gasoline. A black SUV, engine running, the air in the deli felt thinner. Suddenly, through the front window, I saw a black SUV roll slowly past, tinted windows, moving just a little too slowly for traffic. My breath hitched. "There," I whispered. Emma turned. The SUV paused at the corner. For a second, I was sure the window would roll down, that someone would step out. Instead, it continued down Main Street and disappeared around the bend. I exhaled shakily. "That's probably nothing," Emma said, but her voice lacked conviction. Lena looked pale. "You need to be careful." "Why did you say they're watching me?" I asked. She hesitated again. "Because when I stepped outside to smoke earlier, a guy asked me if anyone had come looking for the wallet." My pulse thudded. "What guy?" "Different from the one who used the card. Older, beard, gray hoodie." "Did he say your name?" Emma asked. "No," he said, "if the owner shows up, let us know." Us. The deli door opened suddenly, and a man walked in, broad shoulders, construction boots. I flinched so hard my elbow knocked into a display of chips. The bags cascaded to the floor in a loud plastic avalanche. Everyone froze. The man blinked at us. Sorry." My heart was hammering. For half a second, I'd been certain this was it. That this was the confrontation. It was. Just a guy buying a sandwich. Emma bent to help me pick up the chips, her movements tight. Okay, she murmured under her breath. We're spiraling, I nodded. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped 2 more bags. Misdirection. That's all it was. A random customer, a random SUV. But my body didn't care about logic. We left the deli and stepped back into the cold air. We go to the station, Emma said. We give them the receipt. We tell them about the SUV. And the second guy, I asked. Yes. I hesitated. What? She said. If someone's framing me, going to the station might be exactly what they want. That's paranoia, she snapped. Is it? I shot back. My wallet is at a violent crime scene. 2 different men are asking about me. And you think this is random? Emma stopped walking. What's your alternative? Run. The word hung there. Run. My brain flashed images of packing a bag, disappearing, letting this explode without me. That was the statue instinct's cousin, the flight instinct. I'm not running, I said. Then we go. We turned toward the main road to call another rideshare. Halfway there, my phone buzzed again. A text this time, unknown number. You should check your apartment. My mouth went dry. Emma saw my face. What? I showed her the screen. Another message arrived immediately. Door looked open. That's not funny, she said, but her voice was thin. I locked it, I said. I was almost sure I had. My brain replayed the morning: coffee, TV, backpack, pocket check, door. Had I double-checked the deadbolt? Or had I just assumed? We can't ignore that, Emma said. They're trying to pull me away from the station, I said. Or someone's inside your apartment, she countered. The geography clicked into place in my head. Charlestown to Somerville, 15 minutes by car without traffic. More with it. If someone had my address from my license, they could have gone there already. We call Mrs. Klein, Emma said. I dialed downstairs. It rang twice before she answered. Noah, she said, breathless. There are police here. My vision tunneled. What? They're asking about you, about your wallet. Is my door open? I asked. A pause, shuffling sounds. It was, she said. They said it looked like someone tried the handle. The lock S scratched. Emma's grip on my arm tightened painfully. The trap wasn't just tightening. It was moving. And retreat, staying out of it, waiting it out, was no longer an option. The police were in my building before I was. That fact rearranged my priorities in a way that felt almost physical, like someone had reached into my chest and twisted a dial. Emma and I stood on the Charlestown sidewalk with my phone pressed to my ear, Mrs. Klein's breathy voice leaking out like a bad speaker. They're asking if you're home, she said. 2 officers. Nice enough. But they're looking around. Don't let them in my apartment, I said, too fast. Too late. I didn't, she snapped. Of course I didn't. I told them you weren't here. But they can see your door, Noah. It looks like someone tried to force it. Emma held up a hand, and I put the call on speaker. This is Emma, she said, voice calm. Mrs. Klein, are the officers still there? Yes. One of them is in the hallway, the other's outside by the front. Okay, Emma said. Can you ask them which unit they're with? Like which district? And if there's a detective name? Mrs. Klein hesitated. Why? Just to make sure it's legitimate, Emma said, and the nurse in her kept it gentle. A muffled exchange. Then Mrs. Klein came back. He says District 7. And Officer Donnelly. I felt my stomach drop. That's the kid in Charlestown, I said. He stopped us. Emma's eyes narrowed. So they split. One at the scene, one at your building. My phone vibrated again. Unknown number. I didn't answer. It rang out, then rang again. A third time. Emma grabbed my wrist. Answer. Put it on speaker. My thumb slid across the screen. Hello, breathing. Then a voice, low and oddly casual, like he was calling to ask about a package. You went to the deli, the man said. My mouth went dry. Who is this? Noah, he said, like we were friends. You don't need to do all this. Just do what they ask. Go to the station. Tell them you dropped it. Tell them you don't remember. You'll be fine. Emma's face tightened, and I knew she was hearing what I was hearing. Someone who thought he had leverage. Someone who didn't mind making a phone call like this. Why are you calling me? I managed, a soft laugh. Because you're making it complicated. Who are you? Emma cut in. What's your name? The line went quiet for half a beat, then, this doesn't involve you, Emma. Her eyes widened. Mine did too. He knew her name. You don't get to, she started. You should check your phone, he said, and there was no humor in it now. See what happens when you help him. The call ended. Emma stood very still, like her body was trying to decide whether to sprint or punch something. Her phone buzzed. She looked down, her face drained. What? I asked. She tilted the screen toward me. A photo. A grainy shot of her car in the hospital parking garage. Taken from somewhere elevated, like the photographer had been standing on the ramp above. Her license plate visible. A timestamp in the corner. 12:18 p.m. Another text followed immediately. You leave. We call IT in stolen. You stay out. He goes home safe. Emma swallowed hard. This is extortion, I said, and my voice sounded far away. Emma shook her head like she could rattle logic back into place. Or a bluff. Is it? I asked. They already have my wallet at a crime scene. They already have my address. They already have your car. My phone buzzed with another call, this time a known number, Detective Reeves. Emma grabbed my phone and answered before I could. Detective Reeves, she said. This is Emma Walsh. I'm with Noah. There was a brief pause on the other end, like the detective didn't love hearing a woman's voice in a situation he'd framed as one man's problem. Where are you? Reeves asked. Charlestown, Emma said, Main Street, near the deli. Mr. Klein was advised to come to the station, Reeves said. Emma's jaw tightened. Someone is calling him, threatening him. They know my name and my car, a beat. Are you at the scene perimeter? Reeves asked, sharper now. No, she said. We were intercepted. Officer Donnelly redirected us. Another beat, and I could almost hear Reeves recalibrating. Stay where you are, he said, and my pulse spiked at the words. I'm sending a unit to you. We can't, Emma said. They're at his apartment. Officer Donnelly is at his building. We just got that confirmed. Silence. Then Reeves, controlled but faster now. What do you mean, Donnelly is at his building? He's physically there, Emma said. His landlord confirmed it. I watched Emma as she spoke, her shoulders squared, her voice even, and I felt a flash of shame, sharp and hot. This was what taking control looked like. She was doing it while my brain kept trying to become a statue. Listen to me, Reeves said, and his tone changed into something more direct, less procedural. If someone is using my officers' names, that's significant. If Donnelly is actually where you say he is, I need you to confirm visually. Do you understand? Emma's eyes flicked to mine. We're 2 miles away. Then don't go alone, Reeves said. If you go, do it in public, keep your phone on, and do not enter your apartment. Emma's mouth tightened. You're telling us to go back anyway. I'm telling you, Reeves snapped, that someone is manipulating your movements and mine. I can't stop you from driving across the city, but I can tell you to not make it easy. He lowered his voice. Mr. Klein, are you there? My throat felt tight. Yeah. You need to stop making decisions based on fear, Reeves said blunt. Give me facts. Where were you between 10 and noon? At home, I said, and hated how useless it sounded. "You have cameras?" he asked. I blinked. "What? Your building?" he said. "Entry cameras, doorbell cameras, anything. Somerville loves cameras." My brain snagged on a detail I'd ignored for years because it was annoying. Mrs. Klein's hallway camera. She'd put it in after the mat got stolen. A cheap ring-style device mounted above the stairwell that captured anyone coming up to the third floor. "She has a camera," I said quickly. "In the hallway." "Good," Reeves said. "Get that footage. That's your lifeline. And tell Mrs. Klein to not open the door to anyone claiming to be police unless they show ID through the peephole, and she calls 911 to verify." Emma nodded even though he couldn't see it. "Reeves," she said, "what about the threat?" "We handle it," he said. "But you need to stop playing their game. Go to your building, stay outside, meet the actual officers if they're there. Do not go into the apartment. Do not confront anyone alone." The call ended. Emma looked at me. "Hallway footage, that's proof." "If it's still there," I said. "If it's there," she corrected. "We go get it." We ordered another rideshare, but traffic was a mess. Sirens somewhere. A delivery truck blocking a lane. Boston doing what it does. Emma tapped her foot on the sidewalk, eyes constantly scanning. My skin felt too small for my body. A black SUV rolled past again. Same tinted windows. This time, it didn't keep going. It slowed at the curb half a block away. Stopped, my breath caught. Emma saw it too. A second passed. 2. The rear passenger window lowered just an inch, not enough to see a face. Just a black slit. Then my phone buzzed with another text. "We're waiting." My throat tightened. "They're here." Emma's eyes were bright with adrenaline. "Okay, what do you mean okay?" She grabbed my sleeve and pulled me toward a busier corner where more people were standing, tourists, locals, a couple arguing about parking. "We don't stay isolated," she said. "We don't go where they can box us in." A rideshare pulled up, gray sedan, hazard lights blinking. Emma shoved me into the back seat and climbed in beside me. The driver, Sonia Patel, 38, female, glanced at us, taking in our faces in the mirror. "You okay?" she asked. "Just drive," Emma said, then softened it. "Please, to East Somerville, near Pearl Street." Sonia nodded and pulled out. I twisted in my seat to look back. The SUV eased off the curb and slid into traffic behind us. Not close enough to be obvious, close enough to be sure. "We're being followed," I whispered. Emma stared straight ahead. "Sonia," she said calmly, "can you take the next right and then loop back? Just trust me." Sonia's eyebrows lifted. Okay." She turned right onto a side street, then another, then another. The city blurred by brick, parked cars, puddles reflecting slate sky. I watched the rear window, counting heartbeats like they were seconds. The SUV appeared at the end of the block. Still there. Emma exhaled through her nose. "Not a coincidence." "Call Reeves," I said. Emma shook her head. "Not yet. We need something concrete." "What's concrete?" "Them ramming us." She didn't answer. Sonia's phone was mounted on the dash with maps. I leaned forward slightly, looking at the route. We were crossing the bridge back towards Somerville. The Zackham's white cables rose ahead like bones. At the next light, Emma leaned toward Sonia. "Take us to the Somerville police station, the one on Washington Street." Sonia glanced in the mirror again, caught the seriousness in Emma's face, and nodded. My pulse spiked. "Why? Safe public place," Emma said. "Cameras, officers. We don't go home alone with a tail." The SUV stayed behind us through 3 lights. When we pulled into the station parking lot, it slowed, then rolled past without turning in. A small relief. Not relief enough. Inside the station lobby, the air smelled like old coffee and disinfectant. A bored officer behind glass looked up as we approached. "I need to report harassment," Emma said. "We're being followed. We have reason to believe someone is impersonating an officer." The officer's eyes sharpened. "Names. Detective Daniel Reeves, Boston PD, is assigned," Emma said, and it came out fluent, like she'd been doing this her whole life. "But someone is using Officer Donnelly's name, Officer T. Donnelly, and that officer may be at my friend's building right now. We need a unit to verify, and we need hallway camera footage from the building." The officer blinked at the amount of information, then reached for a phone. While he called, Emma leaned toward me. "This is going to get ugly," she murmured. "Stay with me." "Don't go still," I swallowed. "I'm here," but my hands were shaking. 10 minutes later, we were back in Sonia's car, escorted out by a Somerville cruiser behind us. Not lights and sirens, but present. A shadow with a badge. As we turned onto Pearl Street, my throat tightened. Familiar territory, my block, my building with its chipped paint and the smell of laundry soap in the stairwell. 2 officers stood in the entryway. One was Donnelly, except he looked wrong. Not the kid. This one was older, stockier, with a thicker neck. Same uniform, same nameplate. The Somerville cruiser pulled up behind us and parked. The officer inside stepped out, hand near his belt, posture alert. Emma's hand clamped around mine. "That's not him." My mouth went dry. We got out of the car, feet hitting wet pavement. The air felt brittle. The Donnelly in the doorway looked up, eyes scanning us like he was weighing options. His gaze landed on Emma, lingered. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, and he smiled, too friendly. "Mr. Klein," he called, "we've been trying to reach you." The Somerville officer approached the doorway. "Excuse me," he said sharply. "Badge number." The man's smile didn't move. "Officer Donnelly, Boston PD, District 7. The Somerville officer didn't even flinch. "That's not a badge number." For a second, everything paused, like the city itself held its breath. Then the man's hand moved fast into his jacket. Emma shoved me backward instinctively. Somerville officer lunged forward at the same time. It wasn't a gun. It was a set of keys, jangling, glittering, and a small black device that looked like a remote. The man clicked it once. A sharp beep echoed from somewhere nearby. My brain registered it half a second later, a car alarm chirp. "Back," the Somerville officer shouted, pulling his own weapon halfway, but not fully raising it yet, not sure what he was seeing. The fake Donnelly's eyes flicked past us, toward the curb. And then I saw it. A black SUV parked across the street. Tinted windows. Engine running. The rear door cracked open. Someone inside shifted, a shadow moving. Emma grabbed my sleeve and yanked me toward the station wagon parked behind us, Sonia's car. Still there, still idling, her eyes wide in the driver's seat. "Get down," Emma yelled, and her voice had that ER edge that makes people obey. I ducked behind the car, heart hammering, and the world narrowed to wet asphalt, the metallic smell of exhaust, the rasp of my own breath. The fake Donnelly bolted, not toward us, toward the SUV. The Somerville officer shouted again, ran after him, and then a crack. Not a gunshot, too dull, more like something heavy hitting metal. The fake Donnelly slammed into the SUV door, shoved himself inside. The door snapped shut. The SUV lurched forward. The Somerville officer lunged, grabbing at the door handle, and got dragged a step before letting go. He stumbled back, caught himself, and raised his weapon fully now, but the SUV was already moving, tires spitting water. No shots fired. Too many houses. Too many people. Too much liability. The SUV roared down the street. My legs felt like jelly. Emma crouched beside me, breathing hard. "You okay?" "Noah, look at me." I nodded, but my throat wouldn't cooperate. The Somerville officer jogged back, chest heaving, eyes scanning for threats. He spoke into his radio, fast and clipped, calling in the SUV, direction of travel, partial plate. He'd gotten something, thank God. Mrs. Klein stood in the doorway downstairs now, pale, one hand pressed to her mouth. "Oh my God," she whispered. My body started shaking in earnest now, delayed reaction catching up. Not cinematic, ugly, teeth chattering. Emma turned to the Somerville officer. "The hallway camera," she said. "We need the footage." He nodded, still wired. "Ma'am, we're treating this as an active impersonation and possible attempt to tamper with evidence. Do you have access to the camera account?" Mrs. Klein nodded shakily. "It's on my phone." "Get it," Emma said, and it sounded like an order she could not give. We went inside the building with the Somerville officer between us and the stairwell, gun lowered now, but his posture still rigid. My palms left damp prints on the railing as we climbed. On the third-floor landing, the cheap camera blinked its little blue light. Mrs. Klein fumbled with her phone. "I don't know how to," Emma took it gently. "Okay, breathe. Show me the app." Within 30 seconds, Emma had the footage pulled up, timeline scrubbed back to mid-morning. We watched. At 10:41 a.m., the hallway was empty. At 10:43, a man came up the stairs wearing a dark jacket and baseball cap. He kept his head angled down. He held something in his hand, small and metallic. A key. He didn't look at the camera. He didn't need to. He moved like someone who'd done this before. He stopped at my door. He tried the handle. It didn't open. Then he pulled a thin tool from his pocket, something like a slim screwdriver, and worked at the lock. Not long. Just enough to scratch it, to test it, to see what kind of resistance he was dealing with. He glanced over his shoulder once, quick, and in that glance, the camera caught his face. Not clear enough to be a perfect portrait, clear enough to show a fresh split across his knuckle. Gasoline smell guy. At 10:47, he left. At 11:05, someone else came up the stairs. Older, beard, gray hoodie. He paused on the landing, looked directly at the camera. Then he pulled the camera down. The view tilted, caught ceiling, then went dark. Emma's hand tightened on the phone until her knuckles whitened. "That's why your door looked open," she murmured. "They wanted you to come back alone." I stared at the dark screen, my heartbeat thudding in my ears. "Wait," I said. "Scroll forward." Emma did. At 1:58 p.m., the camera feed returned. Someone had set it back up. The view was crooked, angled down too far. A uniformed figure stepped into frame. Fake Donnelly. He looked at the lens for half a second, as if acknowledging it, then turned toward my door and tried the handle again. The lock held. He stepped back, reached into his jacket, and that was the moment we'd arrived. My throat felt raw. "They weren't just framing me," I said hoarsely. "They were coming back." "For what?" Emma stared at me, eyes glossy with adrenaline and fear. "For you," she said, "or for whatever you have that they think you have." "I don't have anything," I whispered. The Somerville officer leaned in. "Sir," he said, voice lower now, more human, "this footage is evidence. We're sending it to Boston PD, and we're opening our own case for impersonation and attempted unlawful entry." I nodded, but it didn't feel like relief. It felt like confirmation. This was real, and it was bigger than my ability to shrug off. Emma exhaled shakily and handed the phone back to Mrs. Klein. Then she turned to me. "Cost," she said softly. "What?" "This is the cost," she repeated. "You don't get out of this clean. Even if they catch them, you're going to be interviewed. Your name is in a report. Your apartment is compromised. You're going to have to rebuild trust in your own life." I swallowed hard. "And you?" Emma looked away. "And I'm going to have to explain to my job why someone was photographing my car." We stood there on the landing, the building suddenly feeling like a thin shell, like a place with doors and locks that were more symbolic than real. Outside, the street had quieted again. The SUV was gone. The fake officer was gone. But my chest still felt tight, like the air had learned the shape of fear and didn't want to let go. The Somerville officer spoke into his radio again, coordinating with Boston PD, giving details. In the distance, another siren rose and fell, moving through the city like an animal searching for a place to lie down. I glanced at my door. The scratched lock caught the hallway light. I imagined turning the key and stepping inside, and I realized I didn't want to. Not yet. Not without knowing what I'd find. Because whatever they wanted, they'd been close enough to touch my life and leave marks. And they'd proven something I couldn't unknow. My address wasn't a secret. My name wasn't safe. And someone out there had decided I was useful as a scapegoat or a lure. The immediate threat had driven off down Pearl Street, but the deeper one was still breathing somewhere in Boston, wearing a cap, smelling like gasoline, and moving with purpose. The conflict in the rawest sense was resolved. We had proof I hadn't planted that wallet and proof someone tried to access my home. The impersonation was real. The pursuit was real. But the price was already lodged under my skin, like that first live stream glitch, a pebble you can't shake out. Emma squeezed my hand once hard, then let go. "You're not freezing," she said quietly. "Not right now." I stared at my own front door until my eyes stung. "I don't know what I am," I said. And in the silence that followed, not deafening, just ordinary hallway quiet, pipes ticking, someone's TV murmuring downstairs, I heard it. The faint click of Mrs. Klein's camera settling back into place, recording again. Watching. Always watching. The first thing I did after the Somerville officer left and the radio chatter faded down the stairwell was stand in front of my own door and realize I couldn't remember what safe had felt like before today. Not philosophically, not in some big, poetic way. I mean, my body didn't know how to do it anymore. My hand hovered near the lock like it was hot. The scratched metal caught the hallway light, a crescent of bright damage where the tool had chewed it. It looked smaller now than it had on the video, like the camera had magnified it into something epic. In real life, it was just ugly, intimate vandalism. Someone's impatience applied to my home. Emma was behind me, quieter now. Mrs. Klein stood a few steps down, her robe pulled tight around her, chin trembling like she was trying not to cry or yell, and couldn't decide which felt less embarrassing. The Somerville officer had taken the footage. He'd filmed Mrs. Klein's phone screen with his own body cam, and then had her email the clip to a department address. He de-asked for my ID, and I'd laughed once, a bad sound. "I don't have it," ID said, as if that was funny. He'd written my name anyway. He left after telling us to stay put, after telling Mrs. Klein not to touch the camera again, after telling me not to enter my apartment until Boston PD cleared it. That last part had landed like a stone, until they clear it, as if my place was a suspicious package now. As the officer's footsteps disappeared, the building became ordinary again. Pipes ticking inside walls, someone's TV murmuring downstairs, a distant toilet flush. Normal noises that were suddenly too loud because they reminded me there were other lives stacked close to mine, and mine had just been breached. Emma exhaled slowly. "Do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight?" I stared at my door. "This is my place." "That's not an answer," she said, gently but firm. Mrs. Klein spoke up, voice thin. "You can sleep on my couch, if you want. I have extra blankets." The image of sleeping in Mrs. Klein's living room, her floral couch, her old cat prowling like a landlord of its own, should have been comforting. It was. It felt like retreat, like being a kid again, hiding in someone else's space. "I might have to go to the station," I said. Emma nodded. "You do." She didn't say it as punishment. She said it like a nurse telling you need stitches. My phone buzzed again. Not unknown this time. "Detective Reeves," I answered. "Yeah." "Mr. Klein," Reeves said, and the background noise suggested he was walking fast somewhere. "Somerville just sent over footage. I saw it." "Okay, we're not looking at you as a suspect anymore," he said plain. The relief didn't come like a wave. It came like a tiny reduction in pressure, like someone loosened a belt one notch. My lungs still didn't feel normal. "Thank you," I said anyway. "We still need your statement," Reeves continued. "And Emma Walsh's. We need it on record. We'll come to one now." "Do we have to?" Emma asked, leaning toward my phone. "Yes," Reeves said, no hesitation. "And you're bringing Mrs. Klein if she'll cooperate. That hallway camera and her phone logs matter." Mrs. Klein made a small protesting noise. Emma gave her a look that said, "I'm sorry, but we can't choose comfort right now." "We'll come," Emma said. "Good," Reeves replied. "One more thing." My stomach tightened again, automatic. "We recovered a second item at the scene," Reeves said. "Not aired on the news, keys." The key ring had a tag with a hospital logo. Emma's face changed, a flicker of something like nausea. "That's mine," she said quietly. I turned to her. "What?" "I've been missing a spare set," she said. "For weeks. I thought I lost them at work." Reeves's voice remained steady. "We'll go over it in person. But I want you both to understand. Whoever did this is using personal property as breadcrumbs. If you find anything else missing, anything, tell us immediately." My mouth felt dry. "Okay," the call ended. Emma stared at the wall like it had started speaking in a language she didn't know. "I didn't even notice," she whispered. The horror wasn't a monster in the hallway. It was that. The mundane fact that your life can be rearranged without your permission, quietly, while you're busy doing other things. District, a one smelled like coffee that had been reheated too many times, and the kind of cleaning product that tries to cover up human stress. We sat in a small interview room with beige walls, a table bolted to the floor, and a camera in the corner, pretending to be unobtrusive. I'd been in plenty of hospitals. I'd never been in a police interview room. It felt like stepping into a parallel version of my life, where every sentence could become evidence. Detective Reeves came in with a folder and a tired face. He was mid-40s maybe, built like someone who'd spent years eating food that came from takeout containers, with eyes that didn't blink as often as they should. Detective Daniel Reeves, 45. Male introduced himself properly, even though we already knew his name. He did it because it mattered, because it created a record. He asked for Emma's ID, then mine. I handed over my phone because that was all I had, my digital license in the RMV app. Thank God I'd set it up last year when the hospital made us add extra security. Reeves studied the screen, nodded, then slid it back. We've got video from the deli, he said. Not great, but enough. The guy who used your card was wearing gloves, baseball cap, kept his head down. But we got the SUV on another camera 2 blocks over. Partial plate. Emma's voice was tight. Who are they? Reeves shook his head. Not giving you names yet. We're not there. But I can tell you this doesn't look random. We've had a couple cases recently where someone's identity is used to muddy a scene. Not common, but not unheard of, I swallowed. So, they wanted me to look guilty. They wanted you to hesitate, Reeves said, to make the wrong call, to not call us, to go home alone. Emma pressed her lips together. And the victim? I asked. Reeves's gaze held mine for a moment, and something in his expression softened, just slightly. He's alive, he said. Still critical, blunt force trauma, likely a fall after an altercation, but we can't say for certain yet. Alive. That word was another notch of loosened pressure. It didn't make me okay. It made me less ruined. Reeves continued, flipping open the folder. Let's walk through your morning, Mr. Klein. Timeline, locations, any stops, any unusual contacts. I told him everything. Coffee, TV, the glitch, the pocket check, the train platform smell, the cafe, Emma, the wallet missing. When I talked, I heard how small and domestic my day had been until it was, how fragile. Emma gave her statement next. She told him about the texts, the photo of her car, the call where the man had said her name. She described the SUV, the fake officer, the beep, the way the door had cracked open across the street like a mouth. Mrs. Klein, who came in after, wringing her hands like she was trying to wash them without water, confirmed what she'd seen downstairs. 2 officers, one in the hallway, one outside. Except, she admitted, she hadn't actually seen a badge up close. She trusted the uniform, trusted the posture. Reeves wrote it all down, asked clarifying questions, never raised his voice, never comforted us. He wasn't there for that. When we were done, he leaned back and finally looked tired in a human way. What happens now, he said. We'll have a unit escort you back to your building. Crime scene tech will clear your apartment for entry. You'll change your locks. Tonight, I nodded, throat tight. Emma, he said, turning to her, we're notifying your hospital security. Those keys at the scene matter. Your car photo matters. Emma's face tightened. My job can't. They'll handle it, Reeves said. Or they'll pretend to. But it's better to have it documented. He slid a business card across the table to me. If you receive any more unknown calls or texts, do not respond. Screenshot, forward to this number. I took it. My fingers were still trembling, just slightly, like an aftershock. Can I have my wallet back? I asked, and immediately hated that I'd asked something so normal. Reeves's expression didn't change. Not yet. It's evidence. Of course it was. He stood. One more thing. He tapped the folder. Your bank freeze was good, but you need to put fraud alerts on your credit reports. And consider a new phone number. Emma looked at me. A new number. I felt sick at the idea. My number was stitched into my life, doctor's offices, my boss, 2-factor codes, my mother's phone. Changing it felt like cutting off a limb. Reeves didn't argue. He just held my gaze until I nodded. Okay, I said. Then he opened the door, and the moment ended as abruptly as it began. Back into fluorescent hallways. Back back into a world where other people were waiting for their turn in rooms like that. A Somerville unit drove us back, lights off, no drama, just presence. As we pulled up to my building, I saw new scratches on the front entry buzzer panel, thin lines like someone had tried to pry it open. My stomach clenched again. Crime scene tech arrived in an unmarked van. 2 people, both masked, both gloved, carrying cases that looked like they belonged in a dentist office. One of them introduced herself. Jenna Park, 29, female, said, "We'll be quick," like she was talking about a routine maintenance call. They dusted my doorknob, checked the lock, photographed the scratches, swabbed something near the edge. One of them held up a small, clear bag with what looked like a sliver of black plastic inside. "Could be from a tool," she said. She said it like it was a crumb. They finally let me open the door. I stood on the threshold for a long second. The inside of my apartment smelled like my apartment. Coffee, laundry detergent, dust. Nothing dramatic. No ransacked drawers. No overturned furniture. Still, my skin crawled. Emma stayed behind me, not touching anything, hands clasped like she was waiting for an exam. I stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the angle of my living room lamp. Slightly different. I'd always kept it tilted toward the couch. Now it was facing the wall. The second thing was my kitchen trash can. The lid was closed. I almost always left it cracked because the hinge squeaked and annoyed me. These were the kinds of details you'd never mention to someone because they sound insane. But they were wrong. I walked to my bedroom and opened the closet. Clothes, shoes, nothing missing that I could see. I pulled open my desk drawer where I kept old passports, tax returns, anything important. The folder was still there. Emma exhaled, a tiny release. "Maybe they didn't get in," she said quietly. "Maybe," I replied. Then I remembered the hallway footage. The first guy had tried. The second guy had disabled the camera. The fake officer had returned again. They'd wanted me to think they got in, or they'd wanted to see what I'd do. I sat on the edge of my couch, suddenly exhausted in a way that felt deep in my bones. My whole day had been adrenaline and fluorescent lighting and wet streets. Now that my apartment looked normal, my body finally remembered how tired it was. Emma stood by the window and watched the street. "They're not here," she said, but it didn't sound like certainty. It sounded like prayer. A locksmith came an hour later, drilled out my lock, installed a new deadbolt. The sound of drilling made my teeth ache. When he left, my door looked new in a way that made the old scratches even uglier. Mrs. Klein brought up tea in a chipped mug. Her hands still shook. "I'm sorry," she said, like she'd failed me personally. "You didn't do anything," I told her, and meant it. After she left, Emma and I stood in the kitchen, the same place I'd stood rinsing my French press this morning when the day was still mine. Emma didn't look at me. "I should go," she said. "Yeah," I replied too quickly, and then regretted it. She set her keys down on the counter, absent-mindedly her main set, the ones she still had. Then she remembered and snatched them back up like the counter might steal them. "We're going to be interviewed again," she said. "My hospital-s going to freak out. And you're going to obsess." "I don't obsess," I said automatically. Emma finally looked at me. Her eyes were red around the edges. "You do," she said. "You just call it thinking." I didn't have a clever comeback. She shifted her weight. "Noah, I don't know what this means for you, for us." "It doesn't mean anything," I said, and then heard how false it sounded. Emma's jaw tightened. "It means you're not invisible," she said softly. It means someone can pick you and rewrite your day, and you'll spend the rest of your life checking your pockets. That landed in the exact sore place I'd been trying to ignore. I checked, I whispered. I did check. I know, she said. That's the worst part. She walked toward the door, paused, then turned back. Do you have someone to call? She asked. My mom, I said, though the idea of explaining this to her made me nauseous. Call her, Emma said, and sleep. Don't sit here scrolling footage all night. I nodded, but we both knew I would. She hesitated again, then stepped closer and hugged me. Just once. Brief, real. Her arms were warm. Her coat smelled faintly like hospital soap and cold air. Then she left. When the door clicked shut behind her, the apartment sounded too quiet, not cliché quiet, just the absence of another person's breathing. I sat on the couch with my phone in my hands, trying to decide if I should turn the TV back on, trying to decide if I could bear to see that intersection again. Instead, I opened my bank app and watched the disputed charge sit there like a bruise. I opened my email and saw the automated fraud alert confirmations coming in. I opened the credit bureau websites and started freezing my credit, one by one, answering security questions about old addresses and car loans like I was proving my own history to a machine. Normal tasks, boring tasks. My hands shook the whole time. At 9:13 p.m., a text arrived. Unknown number. My stomach flipped. I didn't open it immediately. I stared at the notification preview like it was a live wire. Finally, I tapped it. No words, just a photo. A close-up of a brown leather wallet, my wallet, inside a clear evidence bag. The evidence label blurred out, except for one thing that wasn't blurred, item 4. Under the photo, a single line of text. You get it back when we're done. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I took a screenshot. I forwarded it to Reeves's number the way he'd told me. Then I blocked the number. Then I realized blocking a number didn't block a person. I stood up and walked to my front door and pressed my forehead lightly against it. The new deadbolt was cold against my temple. Outside, the hallway was quiet. Pipes ticked. Somewhere downstairs, Mrs. Klein's TV laughed. I went to the window and looked out at Pearl Street. Streetlights reflected on wet pavement. Someone walked a dog. A car passed slowly, tires whispering. For a moment, everything looked like it always had. But my body didn't believe it. Because the subtle thread, the one that wouldn't tie off, wasn't the SUV or the fake officer or the assault victim in the hospital. It was the message. They had access to a photo of my wallet in evidence custody, which meant either they were closer than I wanted to imagine, or they'd never really left. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The TV clicked on like a polite cough. Not loud, not dramatic, just a soft relay TCK from somewhere inside the wall-mounted set, followed by that faint, familiar electric hiss that comes right before an image settles. The room had been dark enough that the sudden rectangle of light felt like someone opening a refrigerator in the middle of the night. 2:17 a.m. glowed on my phone screen when I squinted at it. At first, my brain did the easy thing: sleep timer, automatic update, hotel weirdness. The kinds of explanations you keep stocked in your head so you don't have to sit up and feel your heart speed up. The TV didn't blast sound. It wasn't even bright. The backlight came up to a dull, bluish level, like it didn't want to wake anyone either. Then the channel banner slid in at the bottom. Same channel as last night. A local news affiliate, the kind of station you don't choose so much as end up on when you're half awake and pressing buttons without looking. The ticker crawled, tiny white letters on black. Weather advisory, traffic, the anchors weren't on, just B-roll of a street downtown, lights smearing in the rain. A fountain, a flag snapping hard in wind. A hotel room is supposed to be anonymous. Every one of them is a little stage set. Bed, desk, lamp, carpet patterned so you won't notice stains. And if something goes wrong, you blame the room before you blame your own senses. But I'd unplugged the TV the first night because I'm that person now, suspicious of convenience, compulsive about small controls. I knew because I'd been irritated that the plug was behind the dresser, and I'd scraped my knuckles on the cheap particle board trying to get it out. I lay there for a second and listened. The air conditioner whispered. Somewhere down the hall, an ice machine clunked, then went quiet. The TV gave off the tiniest statusy murmur, not quite sound, not quite silence, like a seashell held up to your ear, except sharper. I pushed myself up on one elbow and stared at the wall. The TV was on. The plug, if I'd really unplugged it, should have made that impossible. My bare feet found the carpet. It was damp cool the way hotel carpet always is, like it never fully dries from some long ago spill. I stood, and the motion made my knee complain. Not a sharp pain, just a reminder. I limped to the dresser and crouched, peering behind it. The cord was plugged in. I sat back on my heels, feeling ridiculous, like I just checked under the bed for monsters at 34 years old. Okay, I whispered to no one. Okay. The rational thing would have been to shrug, turn it off, and go back to sleep. The rational thing would have been to accept that I'd remembered wrong or plugged it back in while half asleep, or that the hotel's wiring did some kind of reset. The rational thing would have been to keep my world smooth and explainable. Instead, I stood and hit the power button on the side of the TV. Nothing. The screen stayed on, showing the wet street and the endless crawl of information. I hit it again. Still nothing. I tried the remote, which lay on the nightstand in a little paper band that said sanitized, like the word itself could do the cleaning. I pointed and pressed power. The TV blinked, dimmed for a fraction of a second, then returned to the same image. Same channel, same ticker, like it had nowhere else to go. That was the moment it became off in a way my body didn't like. Not paranormal, not haunting. Just a system behaving with a stubbornness that felt intentional. Even though intention in machines is something we project, like faces in clouds. I'm Lucas Heller, 34, and I'm in Milwaukee for a 2-day training I didn't want and didn't need, for a job I keep telling myself I'm lucky to have. I work for a mid-sized medical device company based in Chicago, the kind that makes components nobody thinks about until they're missing. I came up because our regional distributor wanted everyone aligned, before the next quarter, which meant sitting in a windowless hotel conference room under fluorescent lights that made everyone's skin look slightly gray. I chose this hotel because it was close to the training site, and because the photos online made it look newer than it actually was. Also, because I don't like staying with coworkers if I can avoid it. My private flaw, if you want to call it that, is that I don't trust my own memory when I'm tired, and I hate that about myself. I write things down obsessively. I take photos of parking spots. I set redundant alarms. I check locks twice, not because I think someone is breaking in, but because I need to know I did the thing. I did it. I can prove it. It's less about fear of intruders and more about fear of my brain skipping a step and leaving me exposed. That's the part I don't tell anyone, because it sounds like weakness dressed up as organization. The TV's glow made the room look flatter. The bedspread's patterned blue and tan stripes lost any warmth it might have had. The little framed print above the desk, an abstract lake scene, looked like it had been printed yesterday and already forgotten. I walked to the desk chair and sat, because my knee was telling me not to stand too long, and because sitting made me feel like I was choosing to be awake rather than being pulled into it. I watched the screen, a wide shot of an empty intersection in rain, a traffic light cycling through red to green for no one. The camera angle was too high to be handheld. It was probably from a city cam or a drone, something the station piped in when they didn't have anything else. In the corner, the station logo sat like a sticker. No anchor, no voice, just pictures and the crawl. The volume indicator was at 0. I tried raising it. The number on screen increased. Still no sound. I raised it higher. 10, 15. I heard a faint hum, as if the speakers were active, but refusing to translate anything into audio. My phone buzzed in my hand, as if it sensed my attention had shifted away from it. Low battery, 12%. I'd meant to plug it in before sleep. I'd meant to do a lot of things before sleep. I plugged it into the charger on the nightstand and watched the little lightning bolt appear. A small relief. Then I opened the hotel's Wi-Fi login, because that's what you do when you want answers you can't get from the room. The Wi-Fi page loaded slowly, like it was thinking about whether to cooperate. I checked the time again. 2:18 a.m. now. A minute had passed without me noticing, which shouldn't have mattered, except it did. It made the room feel like it had its own tempo. I could call the front desk. That was the normal thing. Hi, sorry, my TV turned on by itself. They'd send someone or they'd say, unplug it, and I'd say, I did. And then I'd be the guy arguing at 2 a.m. about a plug. I looked at the phone number on the little card by the bed, 0 for front desk, and my thumb hovered. Then I realized I wasn't alone in this choice. There was another bed, double queen room, because I'd booked late, and that's what was available. And in that other bed, under the second comforter, Claire shifted and made a small sound that was half sigh, half irritation. Claire Marlowe, 29, female, was my coworker in the loosest sense. She covered a different territory, different accounts. We met in person exactly twice before this week. She missed her connecting flight in O'Hare, and the company, in its infinite wisdom, told her to coordinate lodging with whoever was already in Milwaukee. That was me. She wasn't my friend, exactly. She wasn't a stranger either. She existed in that gray coworker space where you know someone's coffee order and their LinkedIn headline, but not how they handle fear. I'd offered her the second bed because it was either that or she slept in the lobby, and because saying no would have made me a story she told later with a laugh. I'd insisted on separate beds with a joke that landed flat. She'd shrugged and said, "I'm not 12, and that was that." Now she turned over, hair spilling across the pillow like a dark ink stain in the TV light. "Luke," she mumbled, voice thick with sleep. "It's Lucas," I said automatically, then softened. "Sorry." The TV turned on. She blinked, and for a second I could see her trying to place herself. Hotels do that to you, erase context, force you to rebuild it. She pushed herself up on an elbow and stared at the screen. "Oh my God," she said, not scared, just annoyed. Why is it always the news?" "It did this last night too," I said before I could stop myself. That was true, but not in the way it sounded. Last night, the TV had been on when we came in, set to the same channel. I turned it off. I'd assumed it stayed off. I hadn't woken up to it clicking on. But the fact that it was the same channel now made my brain stack the events like matching cups. Claire rubbed her face. "It's like 2 a.m. 2:17, I said. She paused. "You checked." I realized how that sounded. Like I'd been waiting. "Yeah." I woke up when it clicked on. Claire swung her legs out of bed and stood, barefoot, stretching her arms overhead. He wore one of those oversized conference t-shirts people got as freebies and actually slept in. Her posture was loose, athletic. She didn't move like someone afraid of the dark. She moved like someone who assumed the world would mostly cooperate. "Maybe it's a timer," she said, walking toward the TV. "Some hotel setting, like wake-up calls, but for cable." I tried turning it off. "It won't." She took the remote from my hand without asking and pointed it at the screen like she could intimidate it. She pressed power. The TV dimmed for a split second, then came right back to the same image. Claire frowned. "Okay, that's rude." She tried input. Menu, channel up and down. Nothing changed. The channel number didn't even flicker. It was like the TV was playing a loop and the remote was just a toy. "You unplugged it?" she asked. "I thought I did," I said, and heard the insecurity in my own voice. She crouched and reached behind the dresser with confidence, like she wasn't afraid of dust or spiders or whatever lived back there. I saw her hand follow the cord. "It's plugged in," she said. "Want me to yank it?" I unplugged it earlier, I insisted, then immediately regretted insisting. Because how could I prove it? I had no receipt for my own actions. Claire glanced back at me, eyes narrowed, not accusing exactly, but evaluating. "Maybe you didn't," she said gently. "Maybe you thought about it and didn't." I hated that she might be right. She pulled the plug from the wall. The TV stayed on. We both stared at it, a little longer than necessary. Claire straightened slowly. "Okay, that's not normal." The screen showed the same wet intersection. The ticker kept crawling, indifferent to our attention. A sound came from the TV, then not a voice, not an announcement. A thin, almost imperceptible tick at regular intervals, like a metronome trying to find a beat. Claire looked at me. "Is it doing that because it's unplugged?" "It shouldn't be doing anything," I said. She reached up and tapped the physical power button on the TV again, harder this time, as if pressure might convince it. No change. My skin prickled, not in a horror movie way, but in the way it does when you realize you're in a situation you can't solve with the usual set of actions. The room smelled faintly of detergent and something sour underneath, like like a mop bucket left too long. The air conditioner kicked on again with a rattle. Outside the window, 4 stories up, I could see the parking lot lights casting cones of pale yellow onto empty asphalt. "This is some kind of battery backup," Claire said, but she didn't sound sure. "Or like a UPS built into the mount." "In a hotel?" I asked. She shrugged, but her shoulders were tighter now. "Or it's not actually unplugged. Maybe there's another power source." That was a reasonable suggestion, and it made the back of my throat taste metallic with relief. Reasonable, reasonable, reasonable. Then my phone buzzed again. Not low battery this time. A notification from the hotel app I hadn't even remembered downloading earlier to get the Wi-Fi password. "Guest services. We hope you're enjoying your stay. Need anything?" I stared at the message. It felt automated, obviously, but the timing landed wrong, like someone had cleared their throat behind a door. Claire saw my expression. "What?" I turned the phone so she could see. She let out a short laugh that didn't have humor in it. "It's probably just scheduled. Like, it sends that to everyone at 2 a.m. "At 2:17, I said, and immediately hated that I was fixating on the number. Claire's eyes flicked back to the TV. The ticker rolled on. The image of the intersection changed to a shot of the hotel district street signs I didn't recognize, rainwater shimmering on pavement. "Okay," she said briskly, as if briskness could smooth the edges of the moment. "We call the front desk. We tell them the TV won't turn off. They send maintenance. Done." She started toward the nightstand phone. The metronome tick from the TV kept going. I watched her hand hover over the receiver and realized there was a choice here that didn't feel big until it did. Call the front desk and bring someone into the room. Officially, immediately, turn this into a documented problem with a solution. Or don't. Stay quiet. See what happens at 2:17 a.m. in a hotel that suddenly felt less anonymous than it should. Because the part I didn't want to admit, even to myself, was that I wanted to know if it would do it again. Whether it was a glitch you could catch in the act, whether my memory was lying or the room was. Claire looked back at me, waiting. "Well," she said, "front desk." The TV screen held on the rain-slick street, and the ticker slid by like it had all night to tell its story. Opened my mouth, and for a second I wasn't sure which answer would make me feel safer. Claire didn't pick up the phone. She kept her hand hovering over the receiver, eyes still on the screen. The rain-soaked intersection shifted to another camera angle closer now, lower to the ground. Headlights smeared white across the lens. The ticker kept sliding by, same clean font, same neutral tone. "It's live," she said quietly. "How do you know?" She pointed. "See the clock in the corner. It matches your phone. 2:20 a.m. The on-screen clock read 2:20 a.m. It shouldn't have mattered. News stations run live feeds all night. But something about seeing the same time in 2 places made the room feel smaller. "Call them," I said, because now that she'd hesitated, I needed her to move. She picked up the receiver and hit 0. The line clicked, then rang. Once, twice, 3 times. No answer. Claire frowned and pulled the phone away to check the cord, like maybe the handset wasn't seated right. She tried again. This time it didn't ring, just dead air. "No dial tone," she said. "Maybe it's a VoIP thing," I offered, "through the TV or something." That's not how phones work. The TV image shifted again. Now it showed the hotel district, closer to where we were. I recognized the gas station across the street, the green-lit sign flickering in the drizzle. The camera angle was too high to be street level. Is that? Claire leaned forward. That's outside. I got up and went to the window. The parking lot below was mostly empty, just a few scattered cars, the sodium lights buzzing faintly. Across the street, the gas station canopy glowed the same sickly green as on the TV. On the screen, a car pulled into the gas station lot. White sedan, headlights bright against wet pavement. I watched the street. A car turned the corner, white sedan, headlights bright against wet pavement. It rolled into the gas station lot. Claire didn't say anything for a second. Okay, she said finally. So it's just a live local feed. That's not weird. No, I said, and I meant it. It wasn't weird. It was normal. It was comforting, even. Then the ticker stuttered. Just for a fraction of a second, the crawl hiccuped and restarted mid-sentence. Bridge closed due to MAINT, bridge closed due to MAINT. It repeated twice before continuing smoothly. Claire noticed too. Probably buffering, she said. From what? It's unplugged. She didn't answer that. Instead, she picked up her phone from the other nightstand. The screen lit up her face in pale blue. No service, she said. That's not right. I checked mine. Wi-Fi symbol was gone. Cellular bars at 1 flickering. We had Wi-Fi earlier, I said. Yeah, she opened the hotel app. It spun, and then displayed an error message. The TV ticked softly in the background, like it was keeping its own time. Okay, Claire said, her voice tight now. So the TV's on some kind of backup system. The phone's not working. Wi-Fi's down. That's annoying, but it's not dangerous. But the way she said dangerous made it clear she'd thought the word first and rejected it. The on-screen image shifted again. Now it wasn't the gas station or the intersection. It was a hallway, carpeted, patterned, beige walls with identical framed prints spaced evenly along them. A hotel hallway. Claire stepped closer to the TV. Is that? I was already moving. I opened our room door. The hallway outside was empty. The carpet pattern matched the one on the screen, but that wasn't surprising. Hotels buy in bulk. Repetition is their whole aesthetic. Which floor is that? Claire asked. The TV showed a little floor indicator in the bottom corner, something I hadn't noticed before. Level 4, East Wing. We were on level 4, East Wing. I looked down the hallway to the right. The exit sign glowed red at the far end. To the left, the elevator doors sat closed, stainless steel, reflecting the dim sconces. On the TV, the camera was angled toward the elevators. Okay, Claire said slowly. This is maybe security footage. Why would they broadcast security footage on a news channel? Maybe it's not the news channel. Maybe it's like a hotel info channel. I stepped back into the room and shut the door, sliding the deadbolt across out of habit. The deadbolt made a solid metal on metal sound. That part felt good. The TV camera feed moved slightly, like someone was adjusting it remotely. Does that look like our hallway? Claire asked. I studied the framed prints on screen. Abstract lake scene, blue and gray, same as ours. My stomach tightened. That's our floor, I said. Okay, she said quickly, hands up like she was calming a skittish animal. Okay, so the hotel's running internal camera feeds. Maybe for training. Maybe someone messed up the routing. At 2:17 a.m., she didn't answer. The elevator doors on the TV slid open. Empty. They stayed open for a long beat. I realized I was holding my breath. Then, on screen, someone stepped out. A man in a dark jacket, baseball cap low over his face. Medium build, he paused, looked both ways down the hallway. Claire made a small sound. Is that? We both turned to the door. The hallway outside our room was quiet. No footsteps, no voices. On the TV, the man walked toward the camera, then stopped beneath it. He looked up. Even with the cap, I could see enough of his face to know he wasn't hotel staff. No uniform, no name tag. He reached up. The feed cut to static for half a second, then resumed at a different angle further down the hallway. He's messing with the cameras, Claire said. My brain moved through possibilities like flipping index cards. Maintenance, drunk guest, someone locked out. Then the on-screen ticker changed. It wasn't weather anymore. It was a simple line of text, white on black. Please remain in your room. The words sat there for 3 seconds. Then the normal news crawl resumed. Claire's jaw tightened. Okay, that's not funny. I don't think it's supposed to be. My phone buzzed again. A text message from an unknown number. Stay inside. Don't open the door. My hands felt suddenly too large for my body. Claire, I said. She saw my face and grabbed her own phone. Her screen lit up. Same message. Different number. She swallowed. Okay, so someone has our numbers. Or it's a hotel system. Since when does a hotel text you at 2:20 in the morning telling you not to open the door? We both looked at the door again. The deadbolt felt thin now. Just a strip of metal between us and a hallway I couldn't see without checking. On the TV, the man in the cap walked down the hallway, out of frame. The camera angle shifted again. Now it showed a stairwell landing. Level 4. East wing. He's coming this way, Claire said. You don't know that. I know how buildings work. She wasn't wrong. The east stairwell was just past the elevators. If he'd moved in that direction, a faint sound reached us through the door. Not a knock, not yet, just the softest scrape, like someone testing a handle further down the hall. Claire moved closer to me without seeming to realize she'd done it. Maybe it's a drill, she whispered. At 2:17 in the morning. Maybe there's a gas leak or something. Maybe they don't want people opening doors. That was plausible. That was normal. Except the hotel phone wasn't working. The Wi-Fi was down, and the message had come from a random number. The TV showed the stairwell door opening. The man stepped through. I felt my knee throb, a reminder that I wasn't at full speed if this turned into something physical. I'd torn my meniscus last year playing pickup basketball, and it never quite healed right. Stairs were fine. Running wasn't. Okay, Claire said, voice steadier now. We need to decide. Do we stay in here and trust that the message is legit? Or do we leave now while we can? Leave and go where? Lobby, parking lot, anywhere with more people. What if the lobby's worse? She stared at me. Worse how? I didn't have an answer that didn't sound paranoid. On the TV, the camera angle returned to the hallway outside our room. I could see our door number. The man in the cap came into frame at the far end. He moved slowly, stopping at each door, bending slightly. Listening. The scrape came again, closer now. Claire's breath quickened. He's checking doors. He could be drunk, I said weakly. At 2:20 in the morning, methodically checking doors. She wasn't wrong. My phone buzzed again. Another text. Do not use the stairs. Claire looked at me. They're watching, she said. Whoever has the cameras. On the TV, the man reached the door 2 rooms down from ours. He tried the handle. It didn't budge. He leaned closer, maybe listening for movement inside. The scrape outside our real door was closer now, 1 door away. I realized something else. The TV wasn't just showing the hallway. It was slightly ahead. On screen, the man moved to the door next to ours. Outside, I heard the handle jiggle at that same moment. not ahead, exactly in sync, which meant it was live. Claire grabbed her laptop from the desk and flipped it open. "What are you doing? If the Wi-Fi's down, I'm going to try my hotspot." She tapped rapidly, fingers moving with more precision than I'd seen in the conference room earlier that day. The laptop connected to her phone briefly, then dropped. "Signal's garbage," she muttered. On the TV, the man stepped in front of our door. He stood there for a second, just standing. My chest tightened. The handle on our real door moved, not violently, just a gentle test. The deadbolt held. Claire's hand found my wrist. Her grip was stronger than I expected. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, this is real." The TV showed the man leaning closer to our door. His face tilted slightly toward the peephole, as if he knew exactly where to look. A knock came then. 3 slow taps, not aggressive, measured. Claire didn't move. Neither did I. Another text. "He will leave if you stay quiet." The words made my skin crawl in a way nothing else had yet. "Lucas," Claire said, her voice barely audible. "We can't just sit here. What do you want to do?" "We call 911. With no signal, she glanced at the TV. "He knows we're in here." I thought about my flaw, about my need to confirm, to check, to know. The easiest way to confirm would be to look, to open the door just enough to see who he was, to prove he was just a guy, to make the fear concrete instead of letting it swell into something abstract. Claire must have seen that thought pass through my face. "Don't," she said sharply. The handle rattled harder this time, then stopped. On the TV, the man stepped back from our door. He looked up again at the camera. Then he did something I hadn't expected. He pulled something from his jacket pocket, not a weapon, a key card. He held it up to the lock of our neighbor's door. The light flashed red. He tried again. Red. He moved to our door on screen. Claire's nails dug into my skin. "He doesn't have access," she said. The real world lock beeped. Not red, green. The deadbolt held, but the handle shifted under pressure. I felt my pulse in my throat. The TV flickered once. The ticker disappeared. The screen filled with a single line of text. "You should have called the front desk." Then the image cut back to the hallway. The man was pushing against our door now. Not violently, testing, seeing what would give. Claire pulled me toward the bathroom. "Back door," I whispered. "There's no back door." The only exit was the one he was touching. My phone vibrated again. "Time is limited." "Okay," Claire said, her voice shaking now. "We either barricade and hope someone else calls the police, or we get out through the window." We both turned toward the window. 4 stories up. The parking lot below looked very far away, but the rain had stopped, and the ledge beneath the window was just wide enough to stand on. The door handle jerked again, harder this time. The deadbolt groaned. Claire looked at me. "Decide," she said. Behind us, on the TV, the man leaned his shoulder into our door, and the frame creaked. "Window," Claire said again, but she was already moving toward the dresser instead. The door shuddered under another push. Not a full body slam, just steady pressure, testing the frame. The room layout felt suddenly critical. 2 queen beds parallel to the window, desk against the far wall, dresser with the mounted TV directly opposite the door, bathroom to the right of the entrance, closet alcove between bathroom and dresser. No back exit. No adjoining room door. I checked when we first got here out of habit. Claire grabbed the desk chair first and wedged it under the handle. It was one of those light, molded things with metal legs good for sitting, bad for stopping anything determined. "Dresser," she said. over and shoved the dresser with both hands. It scraped loudly across the carpet, a low dragging sound that made my teeth clench. The TV wobbled but didn't fall. The man outside paused. The handle stopped moving. On the TV, he stepped back slightly, head tilted as if listening. "Keep pushing," Claire hissed. We angled the dresser against the door as best we could. It didn't fully block it. Hotel furniture isn't built for this, but it added weight. The deadbolt creaked again. "Okay," Claire said, breathing hard. "That buys us time." Time for what? I didn't ask. The TV flickered to a different camera, this time the lobby. Front desk unmanned. Lights dimmed. The revolving door at the entrance turned slightly in the wind. The American flag outside snapped hard against the pole. No night clerk. "Where is everyone?" I said. "Shift change," Claire offered weakly. At 2:30 in the morning, the screen shifted again. Parking lot view. 4 cameras in a grid. Our car, a gray rental SUV, sat under light 2 rows from the entrance. A black van idled near the far edge of the lot. I hadn't noticed it before. "Was that there earlier?" Claire asked. "I don't know." I hated that answer. I should know. I'm the kind of person who notes those things. The door jolted again, harder. The chair legs screeched against the carpet, but held. "Okay," Claire said, eyes darting between the TV and the door. Attempt 1. We call 911 from the bathroom. Sometimes signals better near plumbing or windows. It sounded ridiculous and also worth trying. We retreated into the bathroom, closing the door behind us, not locking it, just creating another barrier. The bathroom was small, single sink, tub shower combo, tile that felt cold even through socks. The fan hummed faintly overhead. Claire stood on the edge of the tub and held her phone high near the vent. "1 bar," she said, dialing. The call screen showed emergency call. It rang once, then dropped. "Try again," I said. She did. This time it connected. A click, then a burst of static. 911, what's your emergency?" Claire exhaled sharply, relief breaking through. "We're at the Lakeview Suites on," she glanced at me. "North Prospect," I said. "Milwaukee. North Prospect Avenue, 4th floor, East Wing. There's a man trying to get into our room. He has a key card." The line crackled. "Ma'am, I'm having trouble hearing you." "Can you repeat the address?" The door outside groaned again, wood splintering faintly. Claire raised her voice. "View Suites, North Prospect Avenue," the call dropped. She stared at the screen like it had betrayed her personally. "Okay," she said, swallowing. "Okay." My knee throbbed harder now from shoving furniture. Adrenaline had masked it before. Now it pulsed. We stepped back into the main room. The dresser had shifted slightly under pressure. A thin sliver of space showed between door and frame. The deadbolt still held. On the TV, the hallway feed showed the man stepping back again. He looked down the corridor, then toward the stairwell. "Maybe he's leaving," I said. Claire didn't look convinced. The TV switched to a different camera, one facing the stairwell door. The man pulled out his phone. He typed something. My phone buzzed instantly. "Do not attempt emergency calls again." Claire's phone vibrated too, her face drained of color. "They're monitoring cell signals. Or they just assume we'd try," I said, but my voice sounded thin. "Attempt 1, call for help. Failed." New fact, whoever was involved knew when we tried. The door shuddered again, this time harder. The chair's metal leg bent with a sharp ping. "Okay," Claire said, voice shaking. "Attempt 2, we get out, now." She moved to the window and yanked the curtain aside. 4 stories up. The parking lot light below buzzed, casting hard shadows. The window was one of those hotel ones that only open a few inches for safety. But this one slid. She pushed. It resisted for a second, then moved. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of wet asphalt and gasoline. The ledge outside was about 8 inches wide, enough to stand sideways. To the left, about 10 feet away, was a decorative vertical drain pipe that ran down the building. Not meant for climbing, but solid metal. To the left, Claire said. We edge along, grab the pipe, climb down. You're joking. Do you have a better idea? My knee answered that question for me with a dull flare of pain. I can't climb down 4 stories, I said. You won't have to. We can get to the 3rd floor's overhang. See? She leaned out slightly, pointing. There was a slight architectural lip between floors, maybe a foot wide. It was possible. It was also insane. The door banged again. A crack splintered near the lock. Okay, Claire said. We go one at a time. Claire, she swung one leg out the window before I could finish. The cold air made her gasp. Don't, I said, grabbing her arm. She looked back at me, eyes wide, not with fear, but with resolve. You said he had a key card. That means he works here. Or someone let him in. We can't assume anyone's coming to save us. The TV flickered. The lobby camera showed movement, a figure behind the front desk. Relief surged through me. Look, I said, someone's there. Claire climbed back inside, and we both turned. On the screen, a woman in a hotel blazer moved behind the counter, picking up the desk phone. See, I said, shift change. The woman looked normal. Hair in a tight bun, glasses. Spoke into the phone, nodding. Then she looked up, directly into the lobby camera. Her eyes locked onto the lens in a way that didn't look accidental. The screen glitched, her image froze. Then the feed cut back to our hallway. The man was no longer alone. Another figure stood at the far end. For a split second, my heart slammed so hard it blurred my vision. 2 of them. The second figure stepped into better light. It was a woman in a blazer, hair in a bun. Okay, Claire whispered. Okay. That's not good. The second figure walked down the hallway toward the man. They spoke briefly. We couldn't hear it. Then she swiped her own keycard against a door further down. The door opened. She stepped inside. The man stayed. I felt something shift inside me, not panic exactly, something colder. The staff weren't absent. They were involved, or at least not stopping this. The door to our room shook violently now. The chair leg snapped. The dresser slid an inch. Back to the window, Claire said. But before we moved, the fire alarm screamed. High, piercing, immediate. I flinched so hard my knee buckled. Red light flashed in the hallway, visible through the crack near the door. Smoke detector, Claire shouted over the noise. The TV feed switched to multiple cameras again, hallways filling with flashing red light. Doors opening. Guests stepping out in pajamas, confused. This is it, Claire said. This is how they get people to open doors. The alarm kept blaring. I hesitated. What if there really was a fire? The misdirection hit hard and fast. The smell of smoke drifted in faintly through the bathroom vent. My chest tightened. Do you smell that? I said. Claire sniffed. Yeah, for a moment, everything simplified. Fire beats intruder. You don't ignore fire alarms in hotels. People die that way. The door handle rattled again, but the pounding stopped. On the TV, guests were filing toward the stairwell. The man in the cap stepped back from our door. He blended into the small crowd gathering in the hall. See, Claire said, he's leaving. But the text came again. Do not use the stairs. The smell grew stronger. Smoke curled faintly under the bathroom door. Lucas, Claire said, We can't stay, I nodded. Point of decision. We moved the dresser just enough to clear a path. The door frame was cracked near the lock, the deadbolt still intact. I unlocked it. My hand shook. Claire grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall by the bathroom. Standard hotel model, probably expired. We opened the door. The hallway was filled with flashing red light and the sharp, metallic scent of smoke. Guests stood outside their rooms, some barefoot, some holding phones up uselessly. "Is there a fire?" someone called. "Probably kitchen," another voice answered. The man in the cap stood near the stairwell door, head down. He looked up when we stepped out. Our eyes met. No recognition, no expression, just assessment. Claire tugged my sleeve. "Move." We joined the small stream heading toward the stairwell. The alarm made thinking hard. It was just sound. As we approached the stairwell door, the man stepped aside to let us pass. Too polite, too close. I caught a whiff of something on him, not smoke. Chemical, sharp, like cleaning solvent. We pushed into the stairwell. The door swung closed behind us. The noise of the alarm dulled slightly. The stairwell was concrete, narrow. Emergency lights casting everything in a dim orange. People were already descending. Claire gripped the railing. "Third floor overhang," she whispered. I nodded. We started down. Half a flight. Then the stairwell door above us slammed open again. Heavy footsteps, more than one set. Claire looked up. Two silhouettes filled the doorway above. Not guests. The point of no return settled in my chest like a weight. We were in the stairwell now, trapped between floors. And the only way out was down. The stairwell smelled like wet concrete and panic sweat. The alarm was muffled in here, but it still drilled into my skull through the walls. A steady, punishing scream that made time feel chopped into sharp pieces. Claire grabbed my wrist and pulled me down another step. "Don't stop," she whispered. I tried not to. My knee argued with every bend. Half a flight down, and it started to feel loose, like the joint wasn't tracking right. The kind of pain that isn't screaming yet, but has a smug patience, like it knows it's going to win. Below us, guests were funneling downward in a slow, confused line. Some were barefoot. One man held a crying toddler against his shoulder. A woman in a robe was shouting into her phone, even though there was no signal, like volume could make bars appear. Above, those footsteps landed heavier now. Not frantic evacuation steps, purposeful, faster than the crowd. Claire glanced up once and went pale. "Two," she mouthed. I didn't look. If I looked, I'd freeze. My flaw isn't bravery. It's the need to confirm, to see the thing clearly before I act. And sometimes confirmation is a trap that buys your fear just enough time to own you. We reached the third floor landing, a metal door with a push bar, a little sign, level 3. Claire shoved it. It didn't move. Locked. "Fire door," she hissed, as if the door could be shamed into compliance. She shoved again. Nothing. The push bar flexed a fraction, useless. Behind us, the stairwell door on level 4 slammed again. Heavy footsteps were on the stairs now. Closer. My throat tightened with the urge to cough. The smell of smoke, faint before, was stronger here, sharp and chemical, not like burning wood, more like plastic overheated. Claire's eyes darted over the landing. There was a small window in the stairwell wall, wired glass, overlooking the courtyard side of the building. Emergency lights cast everything in that dim orange. She yanked me toward the window. "Third floor overhang," she said, breathless. Now, the window wasn't designed to open. Fixed pane, metal frame caulk. but the bottom edge had a vent, seam, one of those old stairwell designs that supposedly allowed airflow. Claire lifted the fire extinguisher we'd grabbed and jammed the nozzle into the seam. "Claire, I know," she snapped. "I know, but we're out of time." She struck the seam with the extinguisher body. The metal rang. The glass shivered, but didn't break. The footsteps thudded onto the flight above us. We had maybe 10 seconds before whoever was behind us reached the landing. Claire hit again, harder. The seam split slightly. A hairline crack in the caulk. She hit a third time. The wired glass spiderwebbed, holding together in a grid like it didn't want to give. My knee buckled as I shifted weight. Pain flared and made my vision flare with it. "Lucas," Claire said, voice sharp. "Help me." I grabbed the extinguisher and slammed it once into the cracked pane. The glass punched inward with a blunt crunch, still held by wire, jagged edges bending, but not falling. Cold air rushed in, tasting like rain and exhaust. Claire shoved her arm through carefully, then tore away more of the wired glass with the extinguisher like peeling a stubborn lid. Pieces snapped free in gritty, glittering chunks. The footsteps were on the landing above now. I heard a voice male low. "Third floor," he said. "They're here." Claire's eyes met mine. Fear, yes, but also anger. Like she'd decided she wasn't going to be moved around like luggage. We widened the hole enough for a body. Claire went first. She climbed onto the sill, turning sideways to avoid the worst of the jagged edge. Her shirt snagged. She hissed, yanked, and the fabric ripped. Then she swung her legs through and dropped onto the outside overhang. It was narrower than it had looked from above. Maybe 12 inches of wet concrete with a small lip. No railing, just air beyond. She flattened herself against the wall, arms spread, fingertips pressed into damp stucco. "My turn," I said, and immediately hated how calm my voice sounded. Like I was narrating someone else's life. I pulled myself up. The sill bit into my palms. Glass grit embedded in skin. I didn't feel it yet, not properly. The top half of my body went out into the cold. The outside noise hit me, distant traffic, the constant rain drip, the faint buzz of a parking lot light. My knee gave a warning wobble. Claire reached up and grabbed my forearm. "You're good," she said. "You're good." Slow. Behind us, the stairwell door clanged open. A flashlight beam swept the landing. "Stop," a man shouted. "Hotel security." The words were wrong. The tone was wrong. There was no urgency about safety. It was command, pure and simple. Claire's grip tightened. I forced my leg through. The jagged glass scraped my shin. Hot pain bloomed, immediate now, sharp and clean like paper cuts multiplied. I dropped onto the overhang and nearly slipped. My knee buckled again, and only the wall saved me. I pressed my forehead against it for half a second, breathing hard. Claire was already moving left, shuffling sideways along the ledge toward the drain pipe. The pipe was about 6 feet away, bolted into the building. Below us, the courtyard side had a narrow service lane and then a fenced utility area. Dumpsters, a loading door, a line of shrubs wet and flattened by rain. We were not in the front, public side of the hotel anymore. We were where hotels hide things. The flashlight beam punched through the broken window behind us. It landed on my back like a hand. "Get back inside," the voice barked. No one climbed out yet. They didn't want to. They wanted us to. "Keep moving," Claire whispered. We shuffled. My knee screamed now. Each sideways step made it feel unstable, like it could fold. A hand grabbed the edge of the broken window frame. A man started to climb out. I glanced back despite myself. Cap low, dark jacket, same man from the hallway. He was careful, which made him more frightening than if he'd been frantic. "Lucas," Claire warned, seeing my head turn. "Don't." The man swung a leg out onto the ledge and straightened with ridiculous balance. He wasn't holding a weapon. That was the worst part. It meant he didn't need one. He took one step toward us, and then the fire alarm stopped. Not gradually, not fading, just off. The sudden absence felt like pressure releasing, like the building had been holding its breath and decided it didn't have to anymore. In that pocket of quiet, I heard something else clearly for the first time. A faint, rhythmic ticking, not from inside the stairwell, from above, somewhere within the building. The same metronome tick we'd heard from the TV. Claire reached the drain pipe and wrapped both hands around it. The metal was slick with rain, cold enough to sting. "This is insane," I breathed. Claire didn't look at me. "Do you want to go back in there?" "No." The man behind us stepped closer. "Claire," I said, "wait." She slid her hands down the pipe, testing the grip. The bolts that held it to the wall were spaced every few feet. "Possible handholds, maybe." "I'll go first," she said. "I'll get to the second floor lip. Then you." "You can't. I'm lighter," she snapped. "And you're hurt." She was right. Again. The man was 3 steps away now, careful, steady. "Ma'am," he said, voice calm as if he was talking someone down from a ledge. "You're going to fall. Come back inside and we can talk." Claire barked a short laugh. "Talk." She looked down. Then she started to climb. Her movements were slow and deliberate, like rock climbing. Hands down to the next bolt bracket, foot finding the narrow ledge of concrete around the pipe. Then lower. The man took another step, closing on me. "You," he said to me now. "Stay still." I felt the urge to comply rise in me like a reflex. Stay still. Wait. Let someone else decide. Let it become procedural. That urge is one of my private fears. That under pressure, I'll default to obedience, because obedience is easy and explains itself. Instead, I reached for the fire extinguisher at my feet. It was heavy, slick. I lifted it, my knee protesting. The man's eyes flicked to it. "Don't," he said, not angry, almost bored. "Back off," I said, and my voice cracked. "Back off." He sighed like I was making his night harder. He stepped forward anyway. I didn't swing the extinguisher at his head. That would be a storybook move. I wasn't sure I could do it, and if I missed, he'd have me. So I did the only thing my body offered me. I shoved the extinguisher forward hard, like a battering ram, aiming for his chest. It thudded into him. He grunted and staggered back half a step. Not enough. He grabbed the extinguisher with one hand. We both held it. The ledge beneath my foot was wet. My knee wobbled. The man leaned in, close enough that I could smell him again. Not smoke, solvent, and something else sweet, faint, like an air freshener trying to cover something sharp. "You don't understand," he said softly, almost kindly. "We can fix this if you come back inside." Fix. The word made my stomach twist. Claire, below, called up in a strained whisper, "Lucas." Now, I couldn't look down. If I looked, I'd lose balance. The man tugged the extinguisher toward himself. My hands slipped slightly on the cylinder. My shin burned where the glass had cut it. Warm wetness trickled into my sock. The man yanked again. My hand slid. He almost had it. And then, from behind him inside the stairwell, another voice called out, female. "Don't let him drop it," she said, the woman in the blazer. She appeared in the broken window frame, face tight, hair still in that bun like she'd come straight from the front desk. Wasn't panicked. She was irritated, like we were breaking rules. She held something in her hand, a phone. On its screen, for a split second, I saw our room on it. The TV, the exact angle she was watching, and the ticking above us kept going. The man's grip tightened. He pulled. I made a choice that cost me. I let go. The extinguisher slid out of my hands and dropped straight down. It struck the second floor lip with a brutal clang, bounced once, and then tumbled into the service lane below. Claire ducked instinctively and clung tighter to the pipe. The extinguisher hit the pavement with a crash that echoed between the walls. Then a hiss. A cloud of white chemical foam sprayed out, blooming like smoke in the service lane. The man cursed under his breath. The woman in the blazer swore louder. Idiot. The foam spread, obscuring the ground, and more importantly, triggering something else. A door below us burst open. A service door. A man stepped out, coughing, waving his arms in the foam. He wore a maintenance uniform, flashlight in hand. "What the hell?" he shouted. Real human anger, real confusion, not scripted. He looked up and saw us on the ledge. His face changed. "What are you doing up there?" Claire, still clinging to the pipe, called down, voice hoarse. "Call the police. They're trying to get into our room." The maintenance man froze, eyes flicking upward toward the broken stairwell window. He saw the man in the cap and the woman in the blazer. He stepped back, instinctively. The man in the cap leaned out and barked, "Get back inside. Fire suppression malfunction." The maintenance man didn't move. He raised his flashlight, beam cutting through the foam. "No," he said. "No, that's not right." He pulled his own phone out and started dialing. The woman in the blazer snapped, "Frank, don't." So his name was Frank. Frank hesitated, thumb hovering, then, bless him, kept dialing anyway. The man in the cap swore again and made a move toward climbing down the pipe. He put one hand on it, testing. The pipe flexed slightly under his weight. He hesitated. He wasn't as sure on the outside as he'd been inside. Claire had reached the second floor lip now. She hauled herself onto it with a grunt, scraping her knee against rough concrete. She lay there for a second, chest heaving, rain dampening her hair. Then she looked up at me. "Lucas," she said, voice breaking, "jump to the pipe. You can't climb down from there." My heart hammered. The distance from the ledge to the pipe was maybe 2 feet. In daylight, with dry shoes, it would have been manageable. Now it was wet concrete and pain and height and a knee that might not catch. Behind me, the man stepped closer again. He was done talking. He reached for my arm. I twisted away. My foot slipped. For a second, my stomach dropped, pure physical terror, because the ledge didn't care about my choices. Gravity was the only honest thing here. I slapped my palm against the wall and caught myself. My shins screamed. The man grabbed my sleeve. "Enough," he said. Claire shouted, "Lucas." Frank below shouted, "Hey, get away from him." The woman in the blazer leaned out and said coldly, "Frank, do not call anyone." Frank's phone was at his ear now. I heard a faint ring. The man on the ledge tightened his grip on my sleeve. I did the desperate thing. I shoved backward hard, throwing my shoulder into him. He stumbled, not far, but far enough. His heels slipped on the wet concrete. His arms pinwheeled. He caught the window frame with his hand and held on, face flashing with sudden, real fear. The woman in the blazer grabbed his arm, pulling him back toward the opening. And in that instant, my path was clear. I turned and leaped. 2 feet. My knee screamed mid-air. My hands slammed onto the drain pipe. Cold metal, slick, unforgiving. For a terrifying half-second, my grip slid. Then Then my fingers found the bolt bracket. I clung, my knee folded awkwardly against the wall, pain flaring so hard I gagged. Claire reached out from the second floor lip and grabbed my wrist. "Got you," she gasped. I couldn't answer. I just breathed in ragged bursts and started lowering myself inch by inch, using my arms more than my leg. It wasn't graceful. It wasn't heroic. It was ugly survival. We got down to the second floor lip and collapsed there, pressed against the wet wall. Above, the man and the woman didn't follow. They hovered at the broken window, watching, like they'd lost a piece on a board and were deciding whether it was worth chasing. Frank, below, was speaking urgently into his phone now, pacing in the foam like a man trying not to panic. "I don't know, yeah. There are people on the outside, 4th floor, someone's trying to drag them back inside." He looked up again and met my eyes. "Stay there," he yelled. "Stay put," as if we could go anywhere else. Claire's hands trembled violently. She pressed them to her face for a second, then dropped them. Her palms were scraped raw, blood mixed with rain. My shin was bleeding steadily. My sock was soaked warm. My knee throbbed like a living thing. Above us, the man in the cap stepped back into the stairwell. The woman lingered one beat longer. She held her phone up, filming. Then she turned and disappeared too. The ticking sound, the metronome, continued faintly from within the building. Claire leaned her head back against the wall and let out a sound that wasn't quite a sob and wasn't quite a laugh. "Lucas," she whispered. "What the hell was that?" I stared at the broken window above, at the empty frame now. "I don't know," I said honestly, but something had changed. We weren't just trapped in a room anymore. We were on the outside of the hotel, exposed, injured, visible. And someone else, Frank, had seen enough to make it real in a way it hadn't been when it was just us and a TV. The conflict for this moment was over. But the dread didn't leave. It just found a new place to sit. The first siren didn't sound dramatic. It wasn't the wail you hear in movies, building towards something catastrophic. It was just there suddenly, threading through the rain and the hum of the parking lot lights. Close, real. Frank kept pacing in the white dust of the discharged extinguisher, phone pressed to his ear. "Yes," he said. "Yes, right now. There on the outside of the building. 4th floor stairwell windows busted. I don't care what they said. It's not a malfunction." Claire and I stayed where we were on the second floor lip, backs pressed flat against the wet wall. I didn't trust my knee to move again unless I had to. It had gone past pain into that unstable, floating feeling that meant something inside wasn't lined up correctly. Above us, the broken stairwell window remained dark. No more silhouettes. The ticking was gone. That's what I remember most clearly in hindsight. Not the siren, not the rain, the absence of that faint, metronome-like tick. When it stopped, it felt like something in the building had completed a task. A cruiser pulled into the service lane first, lights flashing blue and red against the stucco. Then another. The black van in the far parking lot turned its headlights on and rolled slowly toward the exit. I noticed that. I wish I'd shouted. Instead, I was watching Claire's hands. They were shaking hard now that the immediate action was over. The skin on her palms was torn and raw, embedded with grit from the concrete and glass. "You okay?" I asked. She barked a breathless laugh. No, that was it. No dramatics, just a flat answer. The maintenance door banged open again, and 2 officers came through, flashlights cutting across the foam-slick pavement. "Police," one of them called. "Stay where you are." Frank pointed up at us. "They're the guests," he said. The other two went back inside. The officers scanned the facade until they found us. "Can you get down?" one asked. Claire nodded. "There's a drain pipe." It wasn't graceful, but with the officers spotting from below, we lowered ourselves the rest of the way. I nearly lost my grip once when my knee refused to bear weight. One of the officers reached up and caught me under the arms when I dropped the last few feet. My leg folded when I landed. Pain shot up through my thigh and made the edges of my vision go gray. "Easy," the officer said, guiding me to sit on the wet pavement. The chemical foam clung to my jeans. It smelled sharp and sterile. Another officer was already heading toward the stairwell entrance, weapon drawn but low. Not theatrical, just ready. Claire sank down beside me, breathing like she'd just finished a race she hadn't trained for. Frank hovered, agitated. "I told them something wasn't right," he said. "They said it was a fire suppression test. At 2 a.m. "Who said that?" the first officer asked. "Front desk, my supervisor. She texted me earlier, said there might be a drill." The officer's jaw tightened slightly. "What supervisor?" "Angela Morris," Frank said. "Night manager." The name hung there. Angela, the woman in the blazer. Paramedics arrived next, slower, more methodical. They cut my pant leg up to the knee and frowned at the swelling. "You torn it before?" one asked. "Meniscus," I said through clenched teeth. "Feels like you may have aggravated it," he said. "We'll need imaging." They cleaned my shin. Glass shards washed out in tiny clear pieces. Claire winced watching it, as if it were happening to her. Her own hands were flushed with saline and wrapped in gauze. Small, precise bandages that made it look less serious than it felt. Within 15 minutes, the service lane was full of uniforms and radios. The building's main entrance was blocked off. Guests stood in clusters under the awning, blankets draped over shoulders, watching. The officers who'd gone inside came back out with 2 people in handcuffs. The man in the cap and Angela Morris. She didn't look furious. She looked inconvenienced, like this had escalated beyond what she'd planned. The man kept his eyes down. They weren't bleeding. They weren't bruised. There had been no dramatic struggle inside, just control. One of the officers approached us. "Sir," he said to me, crouching down slightly, "can you tell me what happened?" I started at 2:17 a.m. The TV, the unplugged cord, the hallway feed, the texts, the fire alarm. He listened without interrupting, writing in a small notebook. Claire filled in details when I faltered names, camera angles, the chemical smell, the black van. "Did you see anyone else involved?" he asked. "Just them," Claire said. "And maybe whoever was driving that van," he nodded. "We've secured a vehicle leaving the lot," he said carefully. "We'll sort that out." It wasn't a promise. It was a placeholder. They transported me to Columbia St. Mary's for imaging. Claire rode in the front of the ambulance because she refused to let me go alone. She didn't ask if that was allowed. She just did it, and the paramedic didn't argue. Inside the ambulance, under the fluorescent lights, everything felt smaller. The adrenaline had drained out of me completely. My hands shook now the way hers had earlier. Claire stared at the closed rear doors like she expected them to open. "You were going to open the door," she said quietly. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement. "I know," I said. She nodded once. "Yeah, the MRI confirmed a partial tear, not catastrophic, but worse than before. Surgery would likely be recommended." My shin needed stitches, 7 of them, tiny black threads that looked almost decorative against the swollen skin. Claire's hands required no stitches, just careful cleaning and bandaging. The nurse warned her about possible infection from the glass and concrete dust. We gave statements again at the hospital. Different officer, more formal. When I mentioned the TV feed displaying internal security cameras, he frowned. "We've spoken with the cable provider," he said. "There was a routing issue. Some internal feeds were accidentally patched to guest channels." "Accidentally," Claire repeated flatly. "That's what we're told." "And the texts?" I asked. He flipped a page in his notebook. "Preliminary check suggests they were sent from a spoofing service. We'll subpoena records." "And the fire alarm?" Claire pressed. "Fire panel logs show manual activation from the 4th floor stairwell." He didn't say who activated it. He didn't have to. "Was this random?" I asked. He paused before answering. "We're still determining motive," he said. "It appears there was an attempt to access multiple rooms using a master key card. That card has been recovered." "Recovered from him?" Claire asked. "Yes, and the van, under investigation." It was all very procedural, very clean. Words like routing issue and manual activation. By the time the sun came up, the rain had stopped. The hospital windows showed a pale Milwaukee morning that looked nothing like the night we just lived through. The company sent flowers to my room before I'd even been discharged. A small card wishing you a speedy recovery. "HR," Claire laughed when she saw it. "Speedy," she said. "That's ironic." She insisted on staying until I was cleared to leave. We didn't talk about what would have happened if we'd opened the door. We didn't talk about the look on Angela's face when the cuffs went on. We talked about normal things instead. The training we'd miss. The flight she'd need to rebook. The fact that we'd have to expense new clothes because hers were torn and mine were cut off in the ER. By noon, the hotel was back online. Wi-Fi working. Phones functioning. The lobby looked like it always had in the promotional photos, bright, neutral, forgettable. The hotel offered to comp our stay. We declined. I didn't go back for my things. An officer escorted Claire to retrieve our bags. She texted me a photo of the room before she left. The TV was off. The dresser was back in place. The broken door frame had been taped over with a temporary patch. Everything looked staged again. Normal. 2 days later, I was back in Chicago with a knee brace and a surgical consult scheduled. Claire sent me a screenshot of a local news article. 2 arrested in hotel safety breach. That was the headline. It mentioned unauthorized access to security systems, misuse of master keycards, and improper activation of fire alarms. It did not mention 2:17 a.m. It did not mention text messages. It did not mention a black van. Angela Morris was described as cooperating with authorities. The man in the cap was identified as a contractor with temporary system access. It sounded boring. It sounded solvable. Claire and I talked once more about it over video call a week later. "I keep thinking about the ticking," she said. "I know. I didn't imagine that right." "No," we both sat with that. After the surgery, I spent a lot of time at home, leg elevated, remote in hand. I didn't unplug my TV. I didn't tape over the camera on my laptop. I didn't double-check the locks more than usual. But at 2:16 a.m. one night, 3 weeks after Milwaukee, I woke up without knowing why. The room was dark, quiet. I lay there and listened. Nothing. Then my phone buzzed softly on the nightstand. Low battery. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. It was just a notification, just a battery warning, just the normal small demands of technology. I rolled over and plugged it in. The time on the screen read 17 a.m. The TV in my living room remained off, and I left it that way. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.